All right, yeah, I think we're good. What's up, my friends? How is life? Let me know if the music is too loud. How are you all doing? How is everything? How is life serving you? It's good now. Where is this thing? Here. Cool. Give me 2 seconds. We're about to start coding and stuff. Let me just do a couple of things here. Only Sunday coders. Yeah, my wife and kid are going to take a nap. My son is still a little bit sick. So I'm just going to use this opportunity while they're sleeping to stream a bit. To kind of hang out with you fellas. And then, yeah. Then need to do other things later. But I'll for sure stream on weekends when I can. I think I came to a realization that it's the all other days are. I mean, I'm going to stream when I want and when I can. But I think, yeah, weekends are the best because I'm the most fresh then. Other days, there's job and other things, right? All right, cool. Well, yeah. Well, thank you for coming. Thank you for thank you for killing some of your time with me. Certainly why I stream. Yeah, so today we're gonna do some coding. I started a YouTube tutorial on React this morning, and it's processing right now. If some of you guys get some time to watch it when this becomes public, I would appreciate your feedback because I would like to I really want to make the most amazing React or any other course out there because I think I easily can. I think also that people do appreciate a mixture of experience and not just generic robotic repetition of documentation, right? So when I share this with you guys, if you have this first video is 1 hour long, so it's not short, but yeah, it's for beginners, yeah, for sure. All right, cool. Well, that's what it is. That's how it is, and yeah. Today we're gonna start lightweight and then amazing, man. Great. So what did I want to do? Yeah. So let's open this up. And let's get kind of hacking. What can I say? Thank you very much for your follow, Rage. Appreciate it, man. Okay, cool. So let's do some. Let's do some lightweight stuff. So which project am I in? Okay. What's up with the IntelliSense? It's a little bit weird. What's up with the TypeScript server? Let's give it a moment. So what did I want to do today? So yeah, so I'm gonna continue some stuff, and then we're gonna define a project together. Well, of course, we have a lot more stuff to fix before we get there, but yeah. So actually, I was fixing up this stuff that got broken eventually. So yeah, I think that's what we're gonna do today. Yeah, exactly. This is what I was trying to kind of fix, or you know, clean up and stuff. So let's start there. So yeah, the courses thing. Yeah. Okay. So okay. Sure. So let's have some sort of plan for this stream. I don't know how long the stream is gonna be, depending when my wife and kid wake up. But so let's come here and stream. You know, stream goal. Let's go stream goal. Clean up course details view. Ensure that courses dashboard view works fully properly, meaning all the CRUD stuff for courses, lectures, sections, etc. Right? So that's what we're gonna start with, right? So we're gonna start with this thing now. So we're gonna keep that open. So let's get back over here, right? So this is, yeah, and the styling and stuff. And then when I look at this accordion menu, let me just put that in, let's put that here on the top. Interesting, wow. That's not a greatest, greatest editor is it? Okay, so let's go to our Yale very quickly. Let's just do one thing, because that bothers me quite a bit, to be honest. And let's open that project up over here. Let's get inspired by some other. Where's the Tailwind accordion? Let's try to get inspired. Yeah. So this Flowbyte has nice styling. Let's see how they style it. Wow, I like this a lot actually. Wow, that's pretty cool. Okay, let's kind of make our own accordion look like this. This is super cool. Okay, wow, that's awesome. And then they have a selected state. Okay, so let's do this ourselves. So let's go to our own accordion over here, and let's kind of make it look like this. So what do they do? Let's see. So they have yeah, the border. Okay, sure. So let's go to our own implementation of our own core library here, and I assume that they have a border around everything, and then the border bottom on other elements, right? So let's do that ourselves. Let's try at least. Here I'm gonna add a base thing, and I'm gonna say border, actually to border text primary /20. Did actually anything happen? No, not yet. Okay, so what do we? Okay, so this is just a section. I see. George, good evening. Good day, buddy. Sorry, it's not evening. I'm used to streaming in the evening. I can't let go of that. Okay. Animate height animation. Is this now get item label? Actually, so what is my root of this thing? So is the presentation thing. So is this fella over here, right? Okay, cool. JS Maniac, hey buddy, how you doing? Border. Oh, yeah, I forgot about these. Okay, that's great. So that's it, right? And then we're gonna say Yale Y. We have a prefix in this core library we built, right? PX2 or whatever. Let's kind of get inspired by these guys. What do they have? They have quite a big padding there, right? So let's just say P. I'm very good, man. I'm very good. Just decided to stream a little bit because my wife and kid are gonna go take a nap. My son is sick a little bit, so I've just decided, you know, my streams are very random. I stream when I can and when I want. So it was now it was the time to yeah. I had some time to do it. Okay. So we can I assume get rid of this bad boy here. So that already looks better, right? That already looks better for sure. We're gonna add some rounded MD, right? I guess we want to add it there. I presume. Wait, let's close all of these elements in a storybook, and then let's zoom in this to oblivion so we can kind of focus. Thanks a lot, man. Thanks. Good to see you again. I haven't streamed in a while. I started a couple of days ago again. So good to see you. Good to see you as well. Good to see you as well. Oh, well, actually, I like that a lot more. I like that a lot more. One thing that I dislike though is that, yeah, I see. So basically, we want to say, so we want to add this rounded class only. How do these guys do it, right? Yeah, exactly, right. So we need to write this rounded stuff properly. So we want to add rounded. Okay, so let's just write this out here. So what we want to do? We want to add rounded to the first elements top left and top right, and then add rounded to the last elements bottom left and bottom right, right? Because you can see now, because this line here shouldn't have these fellas, right? So that's what we're gonna do. So this is almost cool, but not quite, right? So we're gonna do this conditionally here. So you're gonna say rounded t md if index is 0, and we're gonna do the same, right? We're gonna do the no, this should be tl, right? And then we're gonna do the same, I guess, here, right? We're gonna say, hey, I want this to be top left, top right, right? that's good, right? That's kind of what they have, I guess, as well. And I guess we want to make it rounded on the last element, I presume, as well, right? So we're going to do the same. And we're going to say index is sections.length -1, right? Something like this, right? And then instead of this, we're going to say bottom left and bottom right? BR. And now we have it rounded like that. So that's super nice. I like this a lot. I like this so much more. And then what these guys have, which I like, is that they basically, the one that's active, I guess, the section itself kind of highlights, right? That's a nice visual representation. So we can do the same, right? So let's see how can we do that. Where do we loop over our sections? So this is where we loop. This is where this section starts, right? Let me just put some random stuff in here. H3, H3, H3. Wow, that's a big ass H3. Ah, I see. Okay, so it is this one, right? Do I have some active stuff? No, but we can introduce that now. Okay, so let's go over here, and we're gonna do pretty much the same or similar at least. So we're gonna come here and we're gonna do this conditional stuff, and we're gonna say something. Give me just 1 second. On click toggle expand. Okay. So I guess, yeah, so we can say expanded includes section ID. We can say here just for now BJ rows 500, just so we can see it working, right? And it should be Yale BJ rows 500. Yeah, exactly, right? Almost, right? So those that are expanded, can they expand multiple ones? Do they allow that, or you can only expand a single one? Okay, so they only allow expanding a single one, right? Should we do the same? I wonder. I don't actually know. It doesn't really matter. No, I don't think that any, maybe 2 or 3 of you contributed like once, but no, unfortunately not. But I hope that more of you can contribute. All right, anyway, going back to this fella, right? So you know what? I mean, I think I'm going to leave my functionality as it is, right? So, but instead of putting this fella on an H3, I'm going to do it a little bit different. I'm going to smack this boy up here, right? Over here with the rest of these expressions, right? So I'm going to get rid of this fella. And yeah, so this, okay, that's not quite what I wanted. Okay, so we have to kind of slightly restructure in this, right? Because we have, let me see what I have, capitalize, blah, 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 blah. Do we have any padding here, though? Because it's a little bit weird with what I'm seeing here. So we have an H3. We have an icon, right? Okay, cool. I mean, you know what, JS Maniac? I mean, that's fine, man. I think the reason that you're saying that kind of almost implies, please just bear with me. I'm not suggesting I'm just talking out of my ass like all of us are. But you don't have to build side projects necessarily, right? I'm not saying again that this is the case, but don't allow the community or anyone else to impose some sort of pressure on you. There's far greater things you can do in life than sit on Sunday and write code, right? So don't think that for some reason you are less, I don't know, qualified or whatever because you're not doing it. Who cares, right? I mean, there's far more things in life one can do than write code and at home, right? So don't I would say don't impose some sort of pressure on yourself. Like, who cares, man? Like, I do this because randomly. It's not that for some reason it's just if you get the passion, do it. If you don't get the passion, it's actually better that you don't do it if you don't have the passion than force yourself to do it. So what you're doing is actually way more accurate than forcing yourself to do something you dislike just for the sake of doing it, right? Building things is a creative process that you have to, it's hard for everybody to get, motivated, because you need to find, it's not like you wake up and suddenly everything around you motivates you, right? So I wouldn't really worry much about that, man. Like, if the passion comes, great. If it doesn't come, well, it might come at one point in time. So who cares, man? It's not that it's some sort of majestic thing, right? Okay, I think we got it. I think we nailed it. Yeah. What if you're new to software engineering and you want to land a job? Don't you need to have a dev portfolio where you showcase your projects? Okay, wait, let's switch to that and just answer this question. It's a good question. I need to record this for YouTube. So initial question was, JS Maniac said that his motivation is not really great when it comes to side projects. And then I elaborated what I think about it. But then another Snail Kitty said, but what if you're new to software engineering and you want to land a job? Don't you need to have a dev portfolio where you showcase? That's very different, right? Of course you do. Of course you do. And I mean, that is in a way a paradox. If you're new to software engineering and you already don't have motivation, maybe you have chosen a wrong career path, right? That contradicts the premise of why you even that contradicts everything, right? It becomes a dangerous zone, you know. I mean, if you are new to something that you chose consciously, and you don't want to build things, then you know it's why did you start doing it, right? I mean, when I was a kid, when I was very young, very young. Programming was like a myth. It was so fun. I mean, my whole career is one big random thing. I never planned to be a programmer. I just did it because I loved it, right? It was passion from 1995 or 6 when I had my first computer, right? So I mean, if you're completely new and you don't have a passion to program, then maybe, you know, you have to make a step back and find out why that is, you know. Do you like this industry at all? And if you don't, you can do something else, right? You can always change and do something, right? So fundamentally, you know, of course, but if you do like it, you have to do it. Of course, I mean, if you're junior today, especially, it's very tough for you guys, right? And if you're junior and you want to get a job today with all of this AI and large language models and generative AI, then for sure, nothing's going to help you more than having something to show for, right? The only difference why that doesn't matter that much for seniors is because seniors have references, they have companies where they worked before, and you know, new employers can call these companies and you know, ask them about you and if you're good or not, blah blah blah, right? Validate you. If you're junior and you never worked before, well, what can one expect from you? Well, nothing, right? And that's very sad, right? Because it's sad that we have to validate juniors so much, because of course it's logical that you don't have enough of knowledge. I mean, heck, you're a junior, but I think the bar is moving, you know, so high now. It's like, oh, you're a junior developer, so show me the projects you built. It's like, man, I'm a junior developer, right? So community, we don't have patience anymore, or understanding or empathy anymore, right? So that's why, you know, you're saying what you're saying. But, you know, that's what it is. You have to adjust to the community and not vice versa. So if you're very inexperienced and you need to get a job, you need to show for something. And the best thing you can do indeed is build side projects, right? But if you're an experienced developer, you don't have to bother yourself too much, putting pressure on yourself doing projects, side projects, right? Again, as I said a minute ago, like, side projects are not a reflection of anything. It's not that you have to code at home. I mean, 99.9% of my friends, my colleagues, they don't code after work ever for 1 second, right? And so don't get, you know, stressed into this mindset, but especially by YouTubers or whatever. Yeah, you know, when you get home, just start writing code. No, man, get a family, a wife, a husband, a kid, have a life, have balance, and you know, enjoy life. Life offers far greater things than writing UI components and building APIs, right? So don't get bullied into this sort of a very toxic thinking that you somewhat need to just write code 20 hours a day. That's unhealthy, and it's something I would in fact I would advise everybody to not write code after work at all. If your work is not sufficient for you to be happy, and of course write it if you want it. That's the whole point. I do this because I enjoy it. Just as I didn't stream for 2 months, I didn't feel like it, well, then I stopped it. I'm not going to pressure myself into doing something that I've decided for myself. It makes no sense, right? So do what you want. If you don't have to do it and you don't feel like doing it, then don't do it, right? But don't let others dictate what you should do in your free time, right? That's ridiculous, right? So that's just so in simple words, if you feel like doing side projects, do them. If you don't, wait until the time comes. Maybe that time comes one day, maybe it never comes. And that's fine. Not all of us are supposed to build products. Some of us are not supposed to do that, right? So that's my take. Exactly, JS Maniac. I mean, this is a very dangerous. That's a very dangerous, right? That's a very dangerous premise, right? I mean, life offers way more than writing some shitty code, man. Don't get bullied into thinking about this sort of stuff, right? Because again, it's like I mean, the word, when we say get a life, we all have to get a life, man. I mean, programming is not the work. It should not dictate your life. You're not working to live, or you're not living to work, right? Work should be something that we all do, and hopefully some of us are lucky to have a good job and love it. Some people are not that fortunate, but then there's far greater things in life than writing some shitty JavaScript, right? I mean, come on, So don't get bullied. And don't let others dictate what you should and should not do, right? If you feel like building something, build it. If you don't build it, right? It's that simple, right? Zaire, good day, my friend. And my pleasure, Kitty. My pleasure. I think the as I said in one of my YouTube videos, the best thing, the best professional you can be is if you have balance, right? You cannot be the best version of yourself if you're just grinding one thing, right? If you want to build a product that solves a problem, you need to talk to people. You need to be part of society to see that problem. If you want to build a company, right, you need to be out there and find things that can be fixed or improved or whatever, right? You cannot do that if you're just deep in your ass writing some gibberish, right? That's not possible. Adotech, good evening. Good evening. I cannot let go of the evening. I always stream in the evening after work and family and stuff. So, okay, so this is what I wanted to do. Let's just see how this is going to be reflected here. I guess it's going to be reflected fine. This also has a pretty terrible name. This is not accordion, really. This is more of an accordion menu. So, yeah, because it's not really an accordion, is it? I mean, yeah, technically it is to some degree, but wait a minute. And what is this? Wait, sorry. Yeah, I mean, And what does this accordion take now? How did I build this? Give me a moment. And good day, YouTube. Hi, Pakistan. How you doing, man? So what did I want to do? I want to go here, yeah. So what? Actually, let me take a look at my story. So how did I build this? This is taking a title. Yeah. So maybe I can just, while I'm doing this very quickly, right? Let's extend the component just so it's a little bit more useful, right? Where is this title? We have a title somewhere, yeah. So let's maybe add some sort of a potential description as well, because yeah. Oh, actually, what? Huh. Interesting. At one point it seems that I did have description planned, but then something happened. Okay, right? All right, let's generate some lorem ipsum. Give me a second. Let's just smack it here. Lorem 5. You know what? Actually, let's use Faker for this. Sorry. I found a bug. Music to my ears. Please share it already. Music to my ears. You found a bug. Hell yeah. Show it. I'm sure that there are many, or some. Not. I hope. Hopefully not many. But okay. So I'm gonna use Faker for these types of things, and I'm gonna say that const sections is. So I'm gonna do something like this. I'm gonna say fill blah blah blah. Bear with me. Yeah, give me 2 seconds just to finish this thought while I have the idea in my head, and then I'm looking at it right away. Okay, cool. YouTube, give me 2 minutes. I need to just finish this. I'm sorry. So this is what I want, right? Items, yeah, exactly. Oh, so beautiful. Perfect. So I'll just create 15 of those with faker. And then I'm gonna nuke this, and I'm gonna do this, right? And I'm gonna just nuke all of this hard-coded stuff. We're just gonna use faker, right? I'm just gonna do this, and then we should have these items. Okay, that's a little bit messed up, but that's fine. So title, I don't want this title, right? I'm gonna do something like faker dot whatever. So I'm gonna say title is faker dot words, or is there like a title or something? No, words dot faker dot dummy. No, I don't remember the API. Lorem, yeah, lorem dot words, right? Yeah, and then how many words do you want? Let's see. Yeah, beautiful. Okay, so that works. And then what else do we have? We have that. We have, and then this we can randomize. We can say mat.floor, mat.random. Yeah, exactly. Right, so we can randomize that a little bit so it's more realistic, sure. We can do the same here, basically, right? We're gonna do the same here. We'll just so the story is more useful, so we can find the bugs in our component if, you know, some things can't fit, if the clipping works and stuff like that. Okay, cool, that's good. And then let's do this. So what is this crap? I see. So we're gonna do the same here, pretty much. Like we have a title. So I'm gonna do this. And I'm just gonna do something different here. So I'm gonna say description, hopefully. And then I'm gonna say same, yeah, faker dot lorem dot sentences, maybe. And I believe this description actually goes as part of the section, not as part of the Oh no, we actually have the description already. Okay, well that's a bit weird. Okay. So where is this description going now? Let me see, give me 2 seconds. So I have an H3 here. We have lessons, so that it definitely doesn't go there. Let's actually go to the implementation here. So where is this dot description? So this is the part of yeah, that. So H3. Yeah, so it seems to be part of the H3, but I don't think it can fit. Let's see. So I think it's this one, right? Wait, let's just put some color around it so we can see it. Class name, Yale rows, Yale text rows 500. Yeah, so it is that part. Okay, cool. Well, that needs to be a paragraph then, right? So we're gonna do paragraph. So it's a block typed element, right? And then this is probably a flex thing here. Yeah, it is. So let's say here Yale flex call, something like that. Okay, great. Okay. That's gonna be a little bit, yeah, it's gonna be a little bit strange. Let's just, I mean, we're using these calls just to show where the elements actually are. But let's take a look at that. Do we have like some item center or something here? We probably do. Yeah, item center. Probably don't want this. Yeah, exactly. So that's cool. And then these lessons, number of lessons, I think it shouldn't be here anymore, right? So lessons or whatever. Where is this number? Item labels text. So I think is it this one? Yeah, it's that one, right? So let's put this as part of the actual title somewhere, right? So we're gonna do kind of this here. But then we can, yeah, I mean, interesting. So we can just maybe show a number or something. So instead of showing this, so yeah, maybe we can do this a little bit in a minimalistic way, right? So just show a number. Yeah, does it actually matter how many lessons there are? Does this number really matter? What are you doing with Storybook? Well, I mean, I built the core library for Programmer Network. I built a UI library. So Storybook is the best UI pattern that UI ever had, right? So there's no use case if you are working with the front end where you're not using Storybook, right? Storybook is an essential piece of, it's an essential tool in your toolkit today, right? Without a doubt. Okay, so something like that, right? Of course, ignoring this color. This is just a... So, and this is, of course, optional. So we'll have this as an optional thing. So we can say section.description and this, right? And then let's just make this a little bit more fun. So let's just say just so we can have some that do have description and some that don't, right? Just so we can kind of make this the worst case scenario component, right? You never know how people are going to use this. And then obviously we need some sort of a separator or something, right? What is this? So yeah, so we'll get rid of that. So where's this dot description? It's over here, right? Yeah. What could we do there to differentiate them? I mean, we could put a border. We can make it like text extra small or something like that if we wish, right? Yale text extra small. Yeah, something like that. I'm not using that text anywhere else in the project though. That variant, right? But maybe something like that. Let's just try. Yeah, I think we can leave it like this, right? What do you guys think? I think we can leave it like this. I think it's fine, I guess. It'd be nice if this is... Can I do that, actually? Is that possible? Yeah. Maybe like that, right? Yeah. Maybe something like that. I mean, obviously the contrast is really bad, so we are not, unfortunately, yet supporting any... I haven't focused at all on accessibility and stuff, so from accessibility perspective, this is terrible. Like, pretty terrible, but that's life, right? I only have as much time. I have reactjs now. What will I do further? I'm confused. What will I be good choice? Next.js or MERN stack? But I mean, there's that question is a little bit again. It's very difficult to respond answer. What do you mean? What is going to be good? Good for what, right? These two things are different things, and learning anything is good, right? So it depends. It really depends what it is that you want to learn, right? If you're a beginner, and I know that a lot of beginners like Next.js because, yeah, it takes away most of the work from you, then you can, if you want, learn that, right? But technical decisions are not made like that with a shallow, in such a shallow way, right? That's my point. So there's no such thing as this better just like that, right? What the hell is this complaining? Ah. Okay, cool. Okay, let me just see these bugs that were reported. Yeah, actually, I'm aware of this one. Yeah, for sure. Well, I mean, depends what do you want to make clickable, right? I don't want to make the date clickable, right? So it depends what you want, right? Right now the whole thought is clickable, the content and the thought, and that's obviously the author, right? Leo, my friend, hey. Okay, so cool. So we're gonna push this. This is the change I wanted to do. Date is clickable. Okay, well then it shouldn't be, but it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter. It's a tiny detail, right? So I don't think it matters at all. It's irrelevant, right? But yes, the date. If the date is clickable, that wasn't the intention. Then I probably wrapped it an element too much, right? So yeah, I'm definitely with you. My Sundays, it's similar to Saturday. My wife and kid, they want to take a nap. My son is still sick, so yeah, I just decided to hang out with you fellas a little bit until they wake up. Then I gotta, yeah, I gotta just hang out and code this stuff, and then need to probably take a walk with them later on. What about you, Leo? How's your weekend? Okay, tests are passing. Let's deploy this to the World Wide Web. I think I've answered the question about the MERN and stuff like that already, right? These are very difficult questions, and I don't actually know how to answer them anymore, right? Just learn anything and build things, right? It doesn't matter what you learn. You have to learn something that you can build things with, right? You guys are spending so much time thinking about what you should do instead of just doing it that it's a little bit, I don't know how would I even describe it or anymore. There's so much just So you mean this one? Yeah, exactly. So I mean, we can easily let's just fix all of these little things, right? So let's go to what is this? Taught content, I guess, right? So I guess this would be our taught content thing. Yeah, so now this kind of makes it, right? And then you were saying I can click on a date. Okay, you did say that. Okay, so let's go to taught header. And now the date is no longer clickable, right? Yeah, exactly. And then we need a Stoic Mind is a book. Stoic Mind is a book that you can also read for free online. Stoic philosophy, the Greek philosophy, it's a very old philosophy, so it's not rocket science. This is just a small book written by Adi Osmani. He's an engineer at Google. He's the lead engineer of the Chrome developer tools and some other projects at Chrome browser. So what they did, they took some of the core Stoic philosophy, basically philosophy about focusing on yourself and things you can control, and focusing on doing rather than talking, and some other things, right? Focusing on being proactive than reactive. Basically not being a little bitch who complains about things without action, right? And this is what basically is it's not, you don't even need this philosophy. This is very logical for most people, but for some people it's not logical. And for those that don't find this logical, well, then they need to read books like this, right? But in simple words, yeah, it's a book you can read in an hour, and it tells you some things that you already know, but somebody needs to remind you of it. And yeah. So it's definitely something that I think humanity today desperately needs to hear again. Hey, is Next.js good for SaaS projects? Soligar, good day, friend. Let's do this as let's just answer this as a question, right? Is Next.js good for SaaS projects? Well, like you said, while Next takes most of the job from you, it also follows its own sorts of rules, which also makes. But Sologar, what is good? Can you explain to me what is good? When you say is it good for SaaS projects, what is good for you? Because and it's a genuine question, because then I can answer your questions a little bit better. So when you say is it good for SaaS projects, or let's say if it's good for anything, what do you mean by that? What would be your definition of good? Because then I can kind of give you a little bit more insights, right? Because you're also using some things like follows its own sorts of rules, which also makes coding more clean, easier, and more optimized. What do you mean by that? You say it makes coding more clean, easier, and more optimized. Can you elaborate on that a bit? Then I can, I just want to see your logic as well before I give you a response of my own. I want to see how you think about it. What is your experience, and why do you think whatever you think? And it doesn't matter if what you're saying is true or false. I would just like to get to know what it is that you think and why. Do you think these things because you heard it somewhere, or is this your experience? Because when we talk about technical things, we need to be very careful, right? We cannot use things better or worse, or neater or not neater. These are the terms which don't really play well with technology, right? What is better, right? What is more optimized? What is more clean, right? So we need to define these terms before we can use them, right? Like this is the most basic engineering approach towards any problem, right? Engineers before internet existed, engineering was a lot more respected field, because you actually had to be reasonable and factual and define terms that you use, what they mean, before you can compose them. Think of these words as components, right? Or functions. Each word is a function of some sort, and it carries some weight. So what does it mean when you say faster, better, good, worse, cleaner, not cleaner? What is that, right? And what is that for you, and what is that relative to what you're trying to achieve, right? But again, it's so important. The main message I try to share on this stream is exactly this. Like, these terms, people have started using them so lightly that's why it's very dangerous for juniors, right? Because you can see that Sologar, for example, can't answer these questions, right? Because and I knew that he can't, and of course he can't, because he have heard, maybe read some articles about Next.js. He's been influenced by some YouTuber or some Twitch streamer or whatever, right? And he doesn't know, right? Which is fair enough. This is not to say that it's normal that people don't know, but it's also dangerous, right? Because you need to research these things better, right? You cannot take what is better. What is better in what sense? Is it when you say better? Do you mean it's I need to get? I have 5 days of money to build this, and I need to ship it super fast to validate this idea if it works, and and I can raise funding. Is it better in that way? Maybe, right? Or do you mean I wanna build a large-scale project that I already validated, and I need it to be scalable, and right? So what is better and worse? That's the whole point, right? If you're building some website, some side project or whatever, or some shitty thing, it doesn't really matter what you use. You can use Next.js, React, plain JavaScript, PHP, whatever hell you want, right? I mean, in 99% of the cases, these programming languages play absolutely zero role. You should always pick the language that you know the best, right? But if you want to be able to articulate these thoughts and talk technically with the facts, right, you need to define what these words mean. And if you try to approach this, if you try to listen to my advice and approach these things in this way, you will then understand where this is going to lead you. It's going to lead you to be more pragmatic and more you're going to research things way better, and you're going to try to be an engineer, right? Instead of using these words lightly. But you can see like Soligar, you have no experience to use these words, right? Like what do you mean fast? Fast relative to what, man? Like because you haven't explained anything, so your second comment is no different than the first one. Software needs to be fast, and the engine, and it has to be blazing, and like what is fast, man? How many users do you have now? 0, right? So what do you mean fast? Fast for what? What is your use case, right? I mean, again, you might think that you have you think that you have maybe elaborated on your initial question, but you haven't. I don't know what do you mean fast. What is fast, right? What language what website do you go today and it's slow? You understand what I mean? It's just you see where I'm trying to get you to. Like, you're not sharing your own thoughts, Soligar. You're sharing the thoughts of people that influenced you. What is fast? What is slow? What is scalable? I don't know what you're talking about. How many users do you have to serve with your application? Does your API have a 50 billion requests a second, or 5, or 50, or 5 million, right? So you cannot, everything is fast. Every single language and UI library out there past 40 years is fast to some degree, and depending for what. Every single database is fast and great up until you find a use case where it no longer works like that. So that's really what I'm saying, right? So for your use case, probably everything is fast, right? That's the point. It's just you're suggesting by saying some of these things that some other things are slow, and that is fast. People are not using Next.js because it's fast. Absolutely not. It's using it because entry level for these tools is so low that any junior developer can follow up some tutorial and assemble few components together, copy paste some API, and things work, right? And you don't need to have any idea about infrastructure, deploying your stuff. You push that thing somewhere on some SaaS thing like Vercel and stuff, and that's it, right? So Next.js selling point isn't fast. It's simplicity of use. Entry level is low. You can build things fairly fast, but you will not use Next.js if you need if you need to build another Netflix or another streaming service, right? So for your use case, everything is fast. You can use whatever hell you want, but you need to define for yourself and others what is fast, right? Because these types of terms that people use and scalability issues, you cannot have people who never built anything serious talk about scaling issues. What scaling issues, man? Like, your app is an idea right now. You haven't even started it, right? You cannot think about scaling issues. That makes no sense, right? So that's my take. It doesn't matter what you use for that, Soligar. Use whatever you find. Your use case, again, is, okay, good. At least we have now moved away from these fancy terms like fast, slow, scalable, right? Because you basically don't know what these things are. You haven't built a software at scale where you face these things. Because in order to face scaling issues, you need to build something so popular. And when you face these issues, the scalability issues are usually not on the places where you think they are. Scaling issues come on a database level, on a network level, etc., etc., etc. Rarely on an API level, because you can scale your API in 5 minutes no matter what technology you use. You can use Node.js, Go, whatever you use. You have GCP, AWS, you have auto balancing, you have a lot of other things, right? So in simple words, scaling issues and the questions you're asking are not really something you should be worrying about. I would say if you're building something, use whatever you know best, right? So if you know PHP best and you can build solid software in it, stable, use that. If you know some JavaScript and you like it and you like some of the ideas, use that, right? is just don't make these decisions based on some theoretical scaling issues, fast, slow, because that's ridiculous, right? People who are influencing all of you with these things are ridiculous people, right? And they do this because they live off of this content, right? Scale, slow, scaling, slow, fast. None of you have ever built an app, probably, that has 10 users every day, let alone hundreds of millions of users, right? So you know, instead of focusing on these things that you have never experienced and that you will most likely rarely ever experience in your whole lifetime, I would say just build things with things that you like, use the tools that you like, use the things that you know, focus on learning some of the tools well. That can be any tool, Java, Node.js, Go, JavaScript, C#, whatever you pick. Pick a stack, learn it well, and you're going to have a job. And you're going to build great things. And that's really it, right? If you reach a point where you have scaling issues because you have millions of users every month or day, then you have succeeded probably building something amazing and you're going to be rich. And then you're going to hire a sufficient amount of people who's going to make these things scalable in 5 minutes, right? So this is how you should be thinking. So think about using tools to build things and then hope that one day in your life, out of the blue, because you're lucky, you build something at the right time for the right people, right? So that's my take. And I hope that's sufficient, Soligar. So if you want the direct answer, should I use Next.js or whatever? Yes. And you can also use 500 other things to accomplish your task and you would still see the same results, right? So that's my point. So your question about scalability and stuff, that part you can remove because it has no significance for you, right? So that was my point. Tesla engineer, what's up, man? Good to see you. Let me read your question. Let me try again. If no response, I'm like, greetings from Croatia. What advice would you give for a middle dev that just got laid off? And all the open positions are very strong mid-seniors. Been waiting for final feedback from a company after solving a recruitment task. I mean, Tesla engineer, I mean, my answer is not going to be, in this context, so useful, right? Unfortunately, you just need to, you need to keep applying, man. That's the unfortunate thing about this thing. You need to keep applying. And like for every job, you need to try to stay strong mentally. Keep in mind, for every single job, almost 99% people don't get accepted. So most companies hire, you know, at once for 1 or 2 positions. So at least what you can do is not lose hope or feel bad because you haven't been selected one, right? And of course, I mean, write down every single thing that you do in every single interview. When you get home, think about what you said, why you said it, think about what you could have said better. Interviews are broken, right? Everybody knows this. Interviews are a cancerous process in most companies where you have to be a narcissistic person that adores oneself and you have to say how great you are to them and they have to tell you how great they are and then you guys have to like each other. So you have to, unfortunately, a process of interviewing doesn't even have that much to do with skills. Some people are charismatic. They can bullshit their way through their whole life. Some people are amazing engineers, but they suck at social things. And when they show up, they just don't know what to say. But interviews are very simple. And we should not complain about things that we can't change. So we can only acknowledge as they are and ask, what can we do about it? Well, what you can do about it is you can just go into these interviews and every time you fail, you can write the stuff down, think about it, you know, why you failed, whatever. And then next time when you go, do that specific part better, etc., etc., etc. As of work, you're in Croatia. I mean, you're inside of European Union. Maybe you should broaden your aspects of where you want to live and apply elsewhere. I'm sure that there's literally tens of thousands of jobs in the European Union. So if you see that you know, area where you live is oversaturated with with developers and stuff, then look elsewhere, right? Don't limit yourself to Croatia, right? I understand, you know, that it's hard to leave your country. I did that myself, if you remember Tesla, right? I'm also your neighbor, or I was. So that's it. But yeah, just don't forget, hiring, recruiting, applying for jobs is difficult. It's unnatural. Everybody hates it. I haven't met a person in 16, 17 years of my life who said I love interviews. Actually, I'm sorry, I did meet one guy that worked with me at Airtame. He actually loves going into interviews. That's the only person in my life that I met that loves that. I'm not gonna name him, but yeah, that's my take, Tesla. I'm sorry if that wasn't sufficient. Fastify is a nodejs library. It's a framework. It's an amazing API framework for nodejs, a library. Tesla engineer, I'm 100% sure, man, you're going to get a job. 100%. I have zero doubts. And again, keep in mind, you are in the basket with a lot of other people feeling the same. So relax. Yes, sometimes you're going to feel bad. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger, right? So keep on applying, keep on doing things, and that's what it is. My pleasure, Rage. My pleasure. Soligar, look, I can see what you're fishing for. You're trying to validate if what you want to use is fine. It is fine, man. If you want to use React, Next.js, Express, TypeScript, whatever you, yes. So I can just support that. That absolutely, man. Everything is fine. The whole point of reality of software engineering is that every stack is fine. Every stack fits some part of market, some demographic part of the world. In some parts of the world, like Pakistan, India, and stuff, you have a lot of Java developers. In Sweden, you have a lot of C# developers, .NET developers. In Denmark here as well, you have a lot of .NET developers, Go developers, right? So every stack really is still working out, depending also where you live. In some areas, you have more of this than that, whatever. But fundamentally, right, learning most of these things is still valuable, right? It's just you have a lot of these stable languages that these so-called Twitter heroes, as I call them, and influencers don't talk about. These languages like Java and C# and C++ and C, nobody really talks about these languages. Why? Because they're super stable, man. And people build software with these tools for 30 years, right? So don't think because people are not talking about some technologies that they're not in demand. Quite the opposite. They're not talking about it because they have nothing to talk about. These are stable languages and they cannot make content out of it. What can you go is like, oh, have you tried Java, a 30 years old language? No. So don't get misguided to think because you're just hearing about the latest shit every single day on YouTube that, C#, C++, Java, and all of these languages. Don't take me wrong, I hate Java personally and stuff. But these are stable languages, man, and people have been using them to build software for decades, right? Exactly. Fastify comes with Fastify comes with certain things that I personally like myself. It comes with a very opinionated built-in logger. It comes with a validation library, AJV, another JSON validator. So yes, Fastify comes with a lot of things which are opinionated, and Fastify is absolutely lovely. I love it so much. I love it a lot. All right, so let's go and code a little bit more because we stopped with that. Huh? What happened here? Ah, I see. Okay, cool. So here it is. Okay, nice. I like that. Cool. I like it. So this is kind of, yeah. And then we go here. And then we have this. Cool. It's a little bit weird with the description though, but yeah, what can we do? Okay, so what I started doing last night is I moved some of the logic from Bexy. Good day. How you doing? All right, so what I'm going to do now, so last night, I believe, I started moving some of the stuff to its own reducer here in the what is this thing? I see what's happening. Okay. Give me 1 second. The fuck is this, man? Slug, thank you very much, man. That's very kind of you. When you say inspiration for what, Edo? Image and cover. What the heck? Give me 1 second. Title, description, and type. No, I do not. No, not for this project. Not for. I mean, of course that we all. It would be a lie if anybody on this planet would claim that we're not. I mean, that's how product development works across the whole world. Every single company mimics or gets inspired by. But no, this not for this. No. Nice e-commerce. That's good, man. Commerce always has potential to. There's always a potential in that industry to make some money. I do not use UI libraries. I built my own for this, and otherwise I use Tailwind. It's a legit fact. I mean, internet literally exists because commercial stuff, right? So it's not sarcasm at all. Isn't the text hard to read? For people with accessibility is not great. So if your eyes are not great, it probably is. Yes, you're absolutely right. Is it hard for me? No. Is it hard for you? That's questionable. If you say it is, then it absolutely is. I cannot disagree with something that you say, right? Makes no sense. You can change your template when you sign up for Programmer Network. You can go and you can make any template you want. So you can choose your own colors. You can make your own theme if you want. So whatever you want to do, you can make it yourself, and then you can make the text of any color you want, and then you can read it a lot easier. Right? So you can create your own theme fully. So if the default one is hard to read, you can make your own. Yeah. So Ado, let me tell you. So Ado, basically what you're asking is a question that every company in their lifespan, every single startup goes through, right? And let me show you what I mean. So let me kind of explain that. So basically the question is, should I build my own UI library, or should I use existing library, right? So let's demystify that. When you start a company, when you start a digital company, a startup, right? You boilerplate, right? What you do is you boilerplate. You boilerplate because you have no money. You're 2 guys or 3. You founded the company. You have angel investors, maybe your parents, your family. You're maybe investing your own money. So when you're at this stage 0 of a company, you don't know, you have no customers, nothing. You have to build something, right? Here you want to ship fast and fail fast, right? What does this have to do with a UI library, you might ask? Well, at this point in time, of course, you're not going to build your own UI library. That would be a suicide. You can already just shut down everything, right? So here you're going to go and say, let's find some UI library that can minimize the time we need to build our MVP, right? And then you do that, right? Then you do this. Every single company on this earth does this. If you don't, you're gonna fail. But then at one point in time, your company, let's call this company a full company, you succeeded actually. You built a product, you raised Series A, you're hiring people, you're somewhere between 50 and 100 people, right? And this is amazing, right? But the problem is that your product still looks kinda like generic, right? Maybe you used Bootstrap, or you use Material UI, whatever. Now you want to build your own. Now you want to make this thing look like your own product, your own brand. You have your own new logo. You hire the designer. Designer has great ideas, right? And what do you do at this point? And I've went through this process with 2 or 3 different companies. What do? You take this material design that you used when you were in a stage 0 of your startup, and you try to make that as part, you try to make material design look like your own design. Let's, make material UI look like something that has nothing to do with material design, right? I'm 100% sure that some of you know what I'm talking about. So now you have some library that inherently has its own rules. It looks exactly as it should, and you try overriding it. Some fucking div, million levels inside, color red, important, right? You start doing this stuff, right? You start overriding. Let me just put this thing here. You start overriding these styles. Because, material design no longer works the way you want it. You now want your product to look different. And then your developers realize one thing, man, this developer experience is terrible. Working with this UI library now makes absolutely no sense. We need to do something. We need to get rid of material UI and or either build our own core UI library or find some that we can change a lot easier to fit our own brand, right? So going back to your original question, should I use an existing UI library or build my own? The answer lies in where you are as a company. What are you doing, right? Does it matter to you that your brand now looks amazing, that you have distinct branding, and of course you need to get there as a product. So for most startups that are starting off and you still don't care much, you want to pick something, go with that for some time, and then at one point in time you're going to get to this point here where that library no longer suffices. It's just impossible to work with it because your developers have to fight against it. And then you either again build your own, or you find something like Tailwind or whatever, and some maybe thing like some of these new things like daisy.js and stuff, and then you can override them easily. Of course, in this stage 0 as well, if you can pick something that comes with components and everything else built out for you that you can also change later in time easy, that's also good, but in most cases, it's very difficult to do that, right? So that's my take, yeah. All right, so going back to this, finally. So what was I doing here? My pleasure, man. No. Oh yeah, it's this one, right? Okay, I'm just looking at my reducer. Okay. Okay, so yeah, so I have to finalize this. And there are a few things in here that I believe are broken. Then we're going to optimize. Furthermore, we're going to move some of this logic to our API. Digital agency, never. I would never work as a freelancer. That's a terrible job. I do not use any tools to plan my day. I do not plan my days. I do not plan my days because my days are planned by life. I have a kid, a wife, a full-time job. So there honestly isn't much to plan. I go to work for 8 hours. I come home, eat with my wife and kid, put my kid to sleep. And then if there's 2 hours for me left or 3 to do something, I either stream or play saxophone or guitar or something like that. So there isn't much to plan. And I generally don't use tools. I try to not use tools as much as possible. Because there's too many of these tools, too many notifications, too many things to open, close, save, delete, update. It makes your life kind of, it makes the life robotic. I don't measure my life. I don't measure my heart rate. I don't measure how many calories I get into my body and all of this stuff. That's society going completely nuts. If I did that, I would just I would just plug myself into the World Wide Web with cables and live like a robot. Why do you have to know that you're improving in a direct sense? What do you mean if you don't measure, how do you improve? Things that improve in life are evident instantly. What do you mean if you don't measure, how do you improve? Improve what? Calories intake? Take a walk, man. Take a run and enjoy life. Look at the sky. Look at the birds. Not at your smartwatch. Look at the sky, at the sea, at the tree, right? Which progress? Can you give an example? Progress of what? You need to give a concrete example because progress is a very general term. I mean, if you want to lose weight, you should start running and stop eating as much as you're eating and you're going to lose weight. You know, like I don't know what the fuck is wrong with this planet, man. People go to fairs to listen about how do you lose weight. You sit on a fucking couch, man. You eat chips and you're going to lose weight. Like, I don't genuinely understand where the fuck is this world going, man. It's just absolutely insane. Like I don't know if this is I don't know if you watch this Idiocracy movie, but this planet is genuinely turning into a bunch of morons, man. You have 25,000 people in a stadium listening to a guy telling them how they can lose weight. I don't know, man. I don't get it. Literally, like, you don't have to measure everything in life, man. Start walking, running, and you're gonna lose weight. It's literally that simple. Stop eating at 11 at night, 12, and that's it. Easy, so easy. Simple as that. You don't need how do I become a millionaire? By sitting home and doing nothing. Play video games whole day long and you're going to be successful. That's how. How can I learn how to program? By driving a bicycle. I mean, Jesus fucking Christ, man. It's becoming a little bit. It sometimes feels like some sort of a parody movie, man. The fuck is this, man? I'm sorry, I just triggered myself a little bit here. It's fine. How can I learn to program? By swimming. Get out, swim, and you're gonna learn to program. That's how. Logic. Oh my fucking lord, man. Oh, okay, I see, okay. What is this? Course details. There's this one. Okay, so probably something's missing here. Is Tailwind CSS simple? It's simple if you know CSS, yes. If you don't know CSS, then, well, it's not going to help you that much, right? You still need to know some CSS keywords and stuff. So yeah, if you know them, then yeah, it's simple. So basically, what are we sending here? We're sending a payload here with a lecture, selected lecture ID, course ID. Okay, maybe some of these things we're not sending by accident, right? Give me 2 seconds. How to become a good programmer? By swimming. So we are actually calling this bad boy here. So maybe, let's just take a look at this thing. Rebecca, my friend. Good day. How are you? So all of this looks fine. Did we mess something up? GPT-10, exactly. Okay, so it seems maybe something in the API. Wait a minute, program network API. Let's take a look at our API line 30. So let's go into backend a little bit. API. Where are you, my dear API? Chilling a bit. I was just arguing with myself. I just triggered myself a second ago for like a minute. Now I'm kind of over it. Yeah. And then now I'm just, trying to write some code. Pretty much sums it up. Had a fight with myself, and yeah, more or less. Who won? I don't know. I need to have another talk with myself later. Invalid metadata must be of shape comment stack. So it's basically my it's my notification system failing for this. What? It makes no sense. Where's my notification system? Where do I call this? That's so weird. Oh no. What? I see what. No, never mind. So wait, I need to go to my notifications. So for some reason my... yeah, I see. I forgot. Exactly, Rebecca. Comment where? What a nice compliment. Thank you, Rebecca. Okay, so I think this is this farts out, right? So my HAV schema for this notification thing is farting out, right? Let's try again. So that's a little bit weird. So we need to update that schema for the course thing, right? Even though I don't even know if we should. Yeah, we should also. Yeah, we should. Yeah, we'll actually extend. Soligar, 1 minute, man. Absolutely, give me a second, please. Invalid metadata must be of shape of comment. I absolutely can. Just give me a moment, please. Notification system, notify comment. Yeah, because I don't remember how this was implemented. I need to find it. Give me a second. Just notification, notify comment. Mercheese, I mean, I don't disagree with you, man. Don't take me wrong. Look, I'm not suggesting that my philosophy is everybody's philosophy. I'm not suggesting that we all operate in the same. Of course, we're all different. I agree with you. But one has to distinguish some logical things from things that require planning, right? If you start planning when you're going to drink water and when you're going to fart, right, your life is going to be very miserable. Every action of your life is going to be about performance, about measuring. And if this makes you happy, man, absolutely go for it. Because fundamentally, at the end of the day, the only thing that matters is that you're happy. If you like to measure how many times your heart rate beats a day, be my guest. But it's just to be careful to not fall victim to this robotic ways of life, right? So if you want to measure everything, go for it, right? At the end of the day, right, you can really only focus on one thing every day if you want to become good at anything, right? If you have 15 things planned every single day, let's imagine, like you said, you don't have a job, then you're probably not accomplishing anything anyway. You cannot be doing 15 different things every day and expect some reasonable outcome because you're doing too many general things and none of them you're doing sufficient enough, right? So of course, measure whatever you want. It's just the point is if that makes you happy. But make sure you're doing it because you want to do that, not because you've been, again, brainwashed by someone else who told you how every move of your life has to be measured, right? Give me 1 second. Searching. So this is basically where we get to this point, right? So for example, if we omit this, right, then most likely this thing is gonna work again, right? Yeah, there we go, right? Exactly, Leo. Exactly, man. Okay, so what? Wow. Okay, because this... Oh, shit, man. You can see... Okay, this was a great example of missing transactions, right? Because you can see here, because we haven't done this... Yeah, but can we do this transactionally in the first place anyway, right? Is this a Postgres thing? No, we do this in Redis, right? I said this in Redis, right? This is an event emitter. And then we emit this event, right? Yes, exactly. No, so this, in practice, this can also be transactional, right? So you can see how, but do I want it to be transactional though, right? So if this failed, right? So let's imagine that our notification system is down and you try to add a comment. Should that prevent you to add a comment? Probably not, right? So technically, I mean, like if we do this to safeguard ourselves, or we do that even better internally, right? In the notify thing. Where is this notify comment? Let's actually do that, right? This one, right? Jesus Christ, man. Yeah, this one here. I'm just thinking. Right? Maybe. I don't actually know. Something like that, right? We don't really care about this because I'm gonna log this to my right? Because of our logger isn't defined here. It's okay. It doesn't really matter. It's okay. So this should now work. I guess. I hope so. And of course, I didn't want to do this. I just want to notify. I just want to print the error. Okay. Try that again. Right. So that now works. And then, of course, over here. So where's my logger? What was it? .log app.log, right? Do I have an instance of an app here? I do. Beautiful. So we want to log this sort of stuff to notify comments. Yeah. So we want to basically do this. We want to log this to our reporting stack. And then we still want to proceed, right? So you can see this is a great example of error handling exceptions, right? You can see why error handling in this context, right, is different than just generally always returning or whatever, right? You can see here, this is an error that we handled in a specific way. For example, as I said, and this is almost like a feature rather than a yes or no type of thing, right? It's like, okay, so my notification system is down for whatever reason. This is an error that we have in a schema. But let's in theory imagine that one day we host this notification system, which we will, as a separate microservice, right? It just does notifications, right? And imagine it's down. Should I then prevent users from commenting on something? Probably not, right? You probably want to have some sort of a queue or something, or some sort of a reply mechanism or whatever, where, you know, when the service is back up, you kind of replay these messages, and then users will get, you know, maybe notifications with a delay or something like that, right? So of course we don't have that as a separate service, because why would we? We barely have any users or anybody using the platform. That would be a massive overkill, right? But yeah, this now is going to be like, okay, well, this farted out. Well, that's how it is. Log it to my Grafana, my Prometheus, right? To my Loki, and then, you know, still allow user to right, because this is also not really transactional. So if we wanted the opposite, then we need to do this and then this transactionally, right? Because you can see that even if I didn't do this, this thing would still create an actual comment. A user would just not see it here, but if you refresh, users would actually see it, right? Yeah, so that's just how it is. And now let's actually fix why this doesn't work, right? So there's something wrong with the schema. So this notify comment that we have over here, it's saying, hey, well, you know, the data that you gave me, man, is not correct. So this validate call most likely farts out, right? Well, this is not really metadata, but whatever. So when we give it this, right, it doesn't like it. Okay. So what is then the So this is what we give it, and this is the schema that fails. So actor ID, commentable ID, commentable type. Ah, okay, so you can see this is why, right? Because we need to extend this. So right now the pattern is either article or taught, but now we're in the context of a course, right? So you can see practically that this is basically just enum missing a specific thing, right? Because you can see what we do here when we do a network call, right? We're basically saying, hey, is this really our request payload? This is also wrong, right? The request payload seems comments one so this lecture, right? So if we add the lecture here, then things, in my opinion, should be working again. Let's see. Let's just kill this. Let's run this again. Okay, cool. Let's try this again. And now I suspect it shouldn't fail. What the fuck? Oh, okay, good. All great. We're trying to destructure this, which is actually a little bit weird. Where is this notify comment? Notify comment. Do we have a typo or something? Notified error. Did this happen? Target ID, metadata actor ID. Yeah, so parse target ID, metadata actor ID. So let's print the metadata in here. And we should probably just use Postman or something for this, right? So let's do that. Or let's just grab this request, right? And just, so let's just do this copy as curl, right? Copy as curl, bash, right? And we can just hit it maybe from here, just so we don't open this thing up all the time. So actor ID, commentable type, lecture, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so let's go to the API. Parse int target ID. Let's try that again. Let's run this curl thing. Ah, okay, so this is correct now. So what this means is like, hey, I should not notify myself when I do a comment, right? Like if I literally remove this, right? I remember now. If I remove this, I'm gonna get a notification on my own comment, right? You can see I got literally a comment that I sent a comment to myself. I do use ChatGPT a lot, yes. Okay, good, so this is fixed now. So that's good, that's great. Let's deploy this to production. Let's deploy the API. I just need to see what the hell did I use ChatGPT a lot. ChatGPT is absolutely amazing. It's a miracle. I literally think that it's a miracle. I use some local LLMs as well on my machine the past couple of days. All right, cool. And then I'm going to answer some questions. Give me a moment. Let me just push this to production. Let me just deploy this to prod. Hopefully we're not going to break production. And then I'm answering. So actually, let me show you one thing. So last night I was playing with some LLMs. So I downloaded the LM Studio, right? So you have this LM Studio, you have this software where you can try various, you just download the LM Studio, it's free, and then you can just with one click download various models, right? So for example, if I go here to AI chat, right now I have also LLM, the 7 billion ones one, right? So if we click on it now, it's gonna load the model right now. And as you can see, I was just trying to give it some random questions. I'm like, hey, write an implementation of a virtual DOM. It's like I can ask it, I don't know, what happened to Polymer.js? Why it didn't succeed? The idea of native web components was amazing. This is free, right? You just download the whole model on your computer. Right? Polymer.js was a popular JavaScript library for building web applications using web components standard. It was developed by Google and released in 2015 as an open source project. However, Polymer.js did not succeed in achieving its goals of making it easier to build reusable modular web components. There are several blah, 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 right? I'm sure you guys can read. So this is amazing, yeah. So you can download the LM Studio, and you can pretty much try a lot of these awesome large language models, right? Most of them you can run on almost any machines. If some of you have some shitty machines, like you can see most of these have 7 billion parameters, so you can run them on a 8 gigs of RAM machine. But then here, some of these require 16 gigs, etc., right? Okay, let me answer some questions, fellas. There were some questions that I missed. So I'm just gonna switch to chatting here, and I'm gonna read them. Give me a moment. So Locrane Soligar asked a few of the questions. Okay, is there any difference between type and inference for defining types for types? Is learning programming myself? Only thing struggle is that sometimes I don't know what question to ask to find answer to my problem. So first question, is there any difference between type and interface for defining types for TypeScript? There are some differences. ChatGPT is the best to show you exactly these tiny, for a human being, there's a very tiny difference reading the code, but there is a technical difference, yes, and it doesn't really matter. In learning programming myself, only thing I struggle is that sometimes I don't know what questions to ask to find an answer to my problem. That's, of course, normal. You cannot know something that you don't know. In simple words, that's what experience brings you to, right? So this is a constant for all human beings out there. You cannot, more experience you get and more knowledge you get, better questions you can formulate because you have more knowledge, right? So don't worry about that. That's how it is for all of us, right? If I start learning, becoming an AI engineer today or a machine learning engineer, it's going to be the same for me, of course, or all of us to some. So if you try to learn something that you never did before, it's normal. So that's what it is, really, Soligar. That's how it is. Progress for some people could be learning to enjoy life in the real, tangible world, far from digital one, not improving a number in the app. Some things I feel comfortable with programming or anything related to computers, and one of them guesses that I get illusion of control. I can give orders to the computer and it responds with funny times now that the relation direction is just... I mean, the thing is, like for me, this philosophy of life is very simple, right? And it genuinely is simple. I mean, people try to make it more complicated. As long as you're genuinely happy in whatever you're doing, do it, right? And that's it. I personally believe that family, for example, is a core concept of society. And I believe that family for majority of people is the solution, right? Is it for all people? No. Is it for most people? Yes. Why do I think that? Because we have thousands of years of evolution and tribes and stuff to confirm that people have always been together and never alone. Today, there's a lot of people who are alone all the time, which is why we've never, probably throughout the history, had more depressed people as we have today, right? So some of these things for me are logical. Maybe they're logical because that's how I think, and then I'm biased. Who the hell knows? But I think fundamentally these things are important. Now, measuring every single step of your way every day, to me that feels wrong, and it feels that instead of, to me again, the emphasis is on that part of the sentence, right? To someone else, maybe that's not the case. And if it's genuinely not the case, then go for it, right? But if you're measuring your shit because somebody else told you, that's always my point. That's probably not healthy, right? So, I mean, you cannot neglect as well when you think about this philosophy, thousands of years of evolution, right? Every generation thinks that they got it more figured out. But every few hundred years, you can go back to ancient philosophy of Greece, for example, and you realize that nothing has really changed. Some of these things have been so constant that no matter how hard you're trying to change them artificially, right, you cannot do it, because some of these things are just plainly natural to human race, right? So, yeah. But enough with my bullshit philosophy. Okay, so this is great. So that works. I'm just now thinking though, yeah, I'm just thinking, should we even have comments like this on the lectures of the courses and stuff? But anyway, like, we're gonna fix that in a second. So let's go back here. All right, so yeah, I remember. So this kind of broke this part, right? Because now I've moved this logic to my Redux RTK store. So going next should basically open the next. So let's fix that, right? So this is also a great example, right? So when you move some of this logic to your store, to your state machine, or if you move it to any place where you can kind of separate your view from your business logic as much as possible, you can see that a lot of this stuff I will actually normalize in my API. And that this becomes even more apparent when you kind of make this separation, when you try to keep your component like this very clean, right, of these things, so it just gets what it needs, right? Then it kind of becomes apparent what your API actually should be. You can see here, even I wrote a comment, once this is fully complete, move a lot of this normalization to the API. So I can actually just get what so you can see flattening these things and stuff. All of this stuff can actually happen in my API, and then I can just get the minimal amount of this data to my UI, right? And what I need to fix now is that, so let's actually go back here. So I have this pagination, I guess, yeah. Set current page. So let's see, I think this is what I messed up. So I have flattened these things, right? Yes. Can we play some metal? I mean, a little bit, yeah. I don't want people to freak out, right? Let me know if it's too loud. I think it is a little bit too loud. Wait, is this fine? Awesome. Let's make sure that it's not too loud. Nice. Okay, cool. All right, great. Thank you. So what do we have here? So So this is now, yeah, this is no longer correct. Okay. So this is actually fine, I guess, because they are now flattened. So in theory, I could do something like this. Then we're gonna clean it up. But I think in theory, set select the lecture. Yeah, sure. I don't. Yeah, some of that is inaccurate, but either way, let's give it a shot. We need to clean this up. Okay, so now it should in theory work. Yeah, it actually does work, yes. And the only thing we need to programmatically do, make sure, so you can see you can start on this section here, and then as you're clicking next, you go basically to the next, yeah. And what I'm gonna do, I'll just comment this out for a second until we can fix it. So now I'm here, I click next, I go here, and now I should be going to the next one. And same, like, so we implemented long ago. The only thing now we have to implement is that it basically opens the actual section itself, right? Yeah, okay, I mean, I see what's happening, okay. Give me a moment, because this thing basically doesn't have a section ID, I believe, because I don't know if I have that association done like that in my data model. I don't remember, but I'll take a look at it. So I do this next. Yeah, I don't have a section ID. Interesting. I mean, what we could do to make these things easier, and this is the beauty of having a state machine, right? Is that here when we get the actual so we could normalize the data in such a way that here, when we do this flat map, right, we sort them out. Yeah, I mean, this thing, so here, wait, we're running through the sections, and then we're looping through, yeah. I mean, yeah. Wait, I don't like this implicit return here. So give me a second. Getting to use Soligar in a second. So we have this, right? So I'm just flattening the thing. So I have, instead of having to loop through to multiple levels of these vectors, there's arrays. Okay, so section, courses, lectures, we sort them. And then I guess what we could do, because again, this is incredibly simple operation. It's very inexpensive, right? We can... No, Copilot, that's not really what I want, but thank you. So what I want here, I want to say section ID is section ID, right? Of course, we'll need to update our types somewhere. So we have... Yeah, that kind of sucks a little bit, but either way, yeah. So because I think now we should technically have it. Give me a moment. So we have lectures, action payload course, blah, blah, blah. We sort them, then we map through them, and then we add a section ID. Let's actually take a look at that in our Redux store, because I don't see that happening right now. So let's take a look. Let's go all the way down. Let's go to courses, data, lectures. Yeah, so there is in fact a section ID associated to each one of them. Okay, so that is fine. So if we go into course details here, we do have course.lectures. Yeah, so that's a little bit weird. So then I would course.lectures of index. Give me a second. So section ID is indeed here. Yes, okay, that's cool. How did I build this pagination? This gives me the page, okay? And then what this is supposed to give me, the lecture itself. And where the hell is this print statement coming from? Where? Ah, I see. Okay, Jesus Christ, man. Where is this crap? Here. Okay, I see. All right, never mind. So this is good. We're almost there. So now, in fact, we should be able to do this, right? So here, I guess I can say const lecture, right? Then we do this, right? And then here we can say, we're missing the section ID in the type. That's okay for now. So let's see now if this works. Yeah, there we go. So you can see it does open the section. So as you can see, if I navigate using the next, we go here, and then as we navigate to the next, which is in the next section, that thing expands. And the opposite, right? So as we are kind of expanding, we're kind of minimizing the previous one and expanding the next one. Okay, cool. I'll need to figure out what to do with these types, because it's slightly annoying me now, to be honest, because of some reasons. Because we have the data coming from the API, and then we have the data that we're kind of normalizing here inside of the our UI state, right? So I need to do that better, right? So once this is all working, we're gonna move some of these transformations to the API. Which should clean up a lot of this stuff in the UI, right? But okay, that type is now fine, and we can go back and forth, and we can see that these states are also working now again. So you cannot go to the next lesson because it doesn't exist, and you cannot go to the previous lesson, meaning if you're in the first lesson, there's no previous lesson. So that's all cool, right? Also, I think, yeah, that's a bit okay. So that's cool. And now the only thing that I'm thinking, should we even have comments on these things now? I mean, I guess yes, people should be able to ask questions, but maybe if anybody ever uses this feature, we should build some sort of a private questions or whatever. Maybe people can ask, or a public. I guess if you go to Udemy right now, I'm studying some saxophone course there. Give me a second. Right now I'm studying this saxophone course. Let me see how they do it. So you have your own notes that I never used. There's a Q&A here, which I did ask a question recently. Okay, and then reviews. So there's a Q&A, right? Interesting. So maybe we could put our own stuff behind the Q&A. So it's still a comment section that I want to reuse everywhere. But fundamentally, it can just be like hidden behind something that you have to trigger. Lectures. So we have lectures. So there's this thing to the right. Should I maybe put this thing? What do you guys think? Should we put this sidebar to the right as well, or to the left? Because I've been fiddling with that, wasting too much time. What do you guys think? This thing here should be left or right? Because both kind of makes sense, to be honest. Yeah, right. It's a hard one. It's a hard one. Yeah, it's a hard one. Yeah, I mean, this also makes sense, right? Of course, ignoring that we're lacking some UI and stuff. Yeah, this also makes sense, right? I don't know. It just like if we look at the Udemy, which I deeply love, it's not that the UI is amazing or anything, but yeah, let's do a poll. There's a poll. Hmm. Wow, okay. So that seems a little bit messed up. Maybe this was cached. Yeah. Well, one thing is for sure this should be sticky. So there's few things here that we can do better. And this thing should be sticky. So how would we make that, right? So if we take a look at this aside, it should be sticky, right? But how do we do that actually properly when we scroll, right? And then we say top 0, right? That's what we have to say, top 0, right? So when I scroll, I guess... Give me a moment. What am I missing here? Top 0, sticky. Shouldn't that kind of work, right? I mean, if I make it fixed and then, you know. What are we doing wrong here? Why is this not staying on the top? I mean, it should be kind of sticking there, right? Unless I'm not doing something properly, which I'm obviously not. Wait. So we have the aside. Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you're right. But it doesn't really matter. It should still, unless this guy here has to be relative or something, right? It doesn't really matter. It should work at this point, right? It doesn't really matter which one is parent in this context, right? But I get what you're saying. Yeah. I get what you're saying. Yeah, exactly. So basically, shit. So how could we do this then? Crap. Yeah. So how would we do this, Lacrane, now? Yeah. Fixed will work, but yeah, I would like it to be sticky, right? Fixed will work 100%. No question about that, right? That we know. What is this, man? What? We already have some fixed. What is fixed here? Wait a minute. What is this? Oh, this is some mobile stuff. Okay. And then we have this to the top. It does do what I want, right? I want it to stay basically here, stuck to the top only when I start scrolling, right? So, but it doesn't matter. Yeah, it's okay. It doesn't really matter. There's really very little difference right now between it, right? So this is pretty much what I want, right? So I think it's okay. I guess this is what we want, right? I assume. Ouch. Yeah, that's not very good, is it? You know what? Let's I don't know. It's hard in the UXY. So let's just leave it like this, right? But actually we don't have to, maybe. Wait. So let's see, where's the wrapper of this? What is wrapping this stuff? It's this thing here, right? Yeah. So this we can set relative, right? Then if we go to our side, this one we can say fixed top 0, right 0, right? Shouldn't that work? Yeah, but why is it going... Yeah, that's not good. Okay, that's not good. We can't do that, so screw it. Okay, let's leave it there. Let's leave it as it is. I don't think it's a huge deal. I just think it would be better if it's... So I'll have to restructure this stuff a little bit so it fits a little bit better. Okay, I'm going to try another thing here, which is... I just want to give it a shot. So where is this? And of course that's gonna suck. That's not what I want. So where's this comment section? Yeah, exactly. The thing is, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right, Lacrane. It's just I need to restructure the layout a little bit to do what I would want, right? Because I want this to still be sticky, right? So when you start scrolling, this sticks to where the basically navbar is with this maybe 20-30 pixel stop, right? So as I start, right, it's gonna stop here, and this is gonna overflow, right? Okay, what I'm gonna do very quickly, we need to... I'm gonna move this one out. Right, so as you scroll, and then we have a side, and we have this bad boy here, which I'm gonna wrap in another div. Oh, Jesus Christ. And then I'm gonna make that a flex. And then this one make... yeah, but nah. Okay, never mind. I know. So let's just smack it first here. Then we'll... No, that's not what I meant. Let me just smack it here for a second. And then I'm gonna So basically, accordion, where is this aside? It's here, right? Yes. So this is basically what I want, right? And I'm sorry, just bear with me for a second. And then we have the section and all of this crap. So wait, what do we have? We have the content, blah, 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 yes. Just restructuring some of this stuff now. Ah. So I have this, I have the comment section, I have the aside, right? Yes. I mean, then I get to the same crap where I was a second ago. I did, yes. And then, no, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay. Yeah. No, I think this is fine. I think this is okay for the most part now. We have this 16 thing. We have this gap, which is like super huge. We should probably reduce that a lot. Yeah. Like maybe like that, right? And of course, this is now a little bit random. It's just random lorem ipsum stuff. We have an H3 here, which is okay. Just gonna try this. And we probably want to capitalize or whatever here, right? So we're gonna do like class name capitalize. What do you think? Like something like that, just a very boilerplatey now, but it follows the rest of the principles of design. And then, of course, somewhere we should, I don't know if like putting a date to the lecture and stuff, I don't think that these things really matter at all. Because this is the point of this is just to you know, you're able to basically create a course by creating several sections, and then each section has lectures, as you can see, right? So that is the whole point, right? Maybe even this pros class, right? Actually, to be very honest with you, I don't know what text wrap balance does. Let me check. I don't know what it is. I've never used it. Thank you for mentioning this. Let me just read about it. Numinex, my friend. Good day. How are you doing? Give me 2 seconds. 2 seconds. The balance value. Oh man, I always love to learn something new. Thank you, Locraine, for mentioning this. I've never heard about this before. The balance one. Man, please write that article, dude. Please, some of you, if you can. I would appreciate it so much. I'll send you swags. I'll buy you the things with the limited funds I have. Just do it. Ah, it balances it. Okay. I will read this. I need to read this. I will read this after I finish the stream. But thank you very much. I haven't used the balance before. And my ego is wondering why, because I'm being an asshole in my brain right now. And I'm just gonna assume that this is, let me see when was this released, because I cannot believe that I haven't heard about this before. So my inner asshole is saying, oh, how come that you don't know about it? So, okay. It's a new thing in Tailwind. I see, that's how. Yeah, yeah. Okay. Got it, got it. I can also see that the support is, let's just say it's fairly poor. But, yeah, yeah. my yeah, my ego for sure is now feeling a little bit better. I'm like, how come that I don't know about it? What an asshole, man. Okay, so basically this reminds me of this is basically similar to let's see the difference if we use this, or if we say here text align, and then we use like justify, right? Let's see what is the difference between justify and this. Is there any difference? I mean, it's different function. It's a different function for sure. I get that. Let's just see how different. So this is justify, right? And justify is like 20 years old, right? So you can see the difference between them is this, because we used justify for decades to achieve something like this. But okay, I see. But it's good to know. It's good to learn new things. So thank you again. And what is pretty? I see. Okay, well, that's how it is. Let's use the pretty. I mean, come on. If you see something that's called pretty, you must use it, right? Let's face it. I mean, technically, we should apply then this property everywhere, right? It's no, right? I mean, we should definitely do that. I'm just gonna try something. Bear with me. Yeah, I think we've seen this. As clamping text, a specific number of lines. Yeah. This is. That is cool. That is cool. So you're saying smack this text across 3 lines, then do ellipsis and stuff. That is a pretty badass thing, I must admit, honestly. That is awesome, because if you want to build these like marketing pixel perfect sites that you ensure that this line is never gonna go down, right? Yeah, I'm with you. I get it. No, this is super cool, man. I mean, we used to do this with JS, right? But now, I mean, heck, if you can, if a CSS engine can do it, why the hell not, right? I mean, I would say more power to that. That's awesome, man. And then it's just like ellipsis and overflow and stuff, right? Crazy stuff, man. Crazy stuff. Okay, let's design this a little bit. I don't freaking know, man. I don't know. But I like these boxy things, so it's just now the question is, the only thing that I dislike though is, yeah, give me 1 second. I'm just gonna, give me one moment. I think this is reasonable. I think this is not disgusting at all. I think it's starting to look nice. I don't know what you guys think, but I think it does. The only thing I'm going to actually try doing though, and I have this pagination thing in Yale, right? In this external library that I built. Just going to try one thing. Give me 1 second. This is the API. Let me actually close the API. Did we deploy the API? Is it still up? Yeah, it is. Okay. Well, that's good. So let's go to Louis GUI again. I did not disable dislikes. No, you cannot just dislike your own thing. But what is this called? Pagination. How did I name this component? Yeah, this one, right? No, what the heck, man? Okay, cool. So this is our pagination, right? Let's go to Storybook. Let's zoom into Oblivion. So we have next and previous, right? You know what? It's okay, I guess. The only... No, I think it's okay. Okay, never mind. False alarm. Okay, let me just push this stuff that I have accumulated so far. Just so I can kind of keep it under control to some degree, at least. Store. So basically I have a new service here. That's okay. We're going to continue with that in a second. Then we're going to have to... Then we'll move some of this to the logic to the API, of course, to optimize. But let's make sure everything is working amazingly well. Cool. Okay, well, that all looks great. You reported a bug to Discord. Ah, I love that. Thank you very much. Let's fix that immediately. Where is my Discord? Here. Let's just deploy this to production very quickly. What am I doing? Ah, this is LM Studio. Let me close this. Bugs, okay. Oh wow, that is weird indeed. Okay, wow, that is a strange bug. What? Give me a second. Let me go to my API repository. Did I push something a second ago? Some regression or something like that. No, not really. Okay, so it's an older regression. Okay, we'll fix it. We'll fix it. Leo, thank you. Thank you for sharing that. All right, so let's keep on building, doing some smaller things. If you guys have any questions, please, yeah, please ask, of course. Okay, so another thing that I want to do, I think this router should actually memorize the state. So when you open a lecture, it's a course, learn, and then the lecture, right? We can either say, so let's take a look at the structure of this URL. And then there's more stuff that there's a lot of stuff we need to do. A lot of stuff. But anyway, if you take a look at this thing, right? It's a course name / learn, meaning you're in some sort of a platform where you learn. And then I guess, I don't know if you should show a section and then, so it should be a section and then lecture. I don't think so, because section is not something you can utilize, right? So let's implement this, right? Let's implement this. So I assume if we go to this view, courses view, which sucks, over here when we click on a course, this is where we send the user, right? And let's see what data we have when we get here. So we have courses. Wow, this is weird. Okay. Why did my okay? So let's take a look at that. So if we get back here and we go to courses, we have some courses, and it's good. I'm not doing any joins in the API here because we don't really need lectures and stuff. Okay. So we'll need to append that URL when you actually get to the course details itself. So somewhere here we're gonna have to have an effect that's gonna say, hey. So let's write this meta code. Let's write what it is that we want. So we want to say, hey, if the URL is coming from a under quotes naked domain, meaning there is no lecture appended to the URL, append the first one. Otherwise, do nothing. We want to do this, right? Because if I go here and I click, maybe one day if I write some courses here and I want to share a specific lesson with someone, right, I should be able to click on one and then, right, do that. Locraine, give me 2 seconds and I'll answer that. It's a very good question. I love talking about UX. It's amazing. So, okay, just bear with me. So here I'm going to say const location is, use location. We're going to import this hook, this React router hook. And then if we scroll a bit down over here, we're going to basically do this logic, right? So we're going to, hopefully this guy can also write the code for us. And I know I don't necessarily want to do this, right? I just want to So how do we do this? We do this by, or do we use history, right? No, we need to use history. Sorry. We need to use history. So use history, not, or is that actually, wait a minute. What? Or we just use a window object. Okay, wow. Sure. I'm sure that, yeah, maybe React Router 6 doesn't have that. I forgot about it. Okay, it doesn't really matter. I don't care. So we'll just do something like this. We're going to say history.push or append. What was it? Push state. Or we're going to replace the state. Or we're going to replace the state. Otherwise, we're going to have two history, HTML5 history records, which we don't really want, right? So we're going to do push. We're going to do, yeah, exactly. We're going to say replace state, right? Yeah, exactly, right? And if I take a look at let's take a look at our database. Do my lectures have a slug? Because if not, we'll need to do a database migration, right? So where is our meetup? No, not meetups. Where is it? Courses, right? Courses, where's our table? Courses lecture. Yeah, so that's a bummer. That's a bummer, right? We need a slug. We need a slug for the lecture, right? We need to generate a slug based on a title. For now, we're gonna, shit. That kind of sucks, right? But it doesn't matter. Let's append the title for now. Right? So we do this, and then we do thank you very much. That's exactly what I want. That's exactly what I want. Beautiful. So we're gonna invent some sort of a slug ourselves in the UI for now. This is unfortunately sometimes the issue with the Copilot. It generates some freaking gibberish like that. All right, so this seems fine. Let me just revert this to a point where it didn't mess up my imports. Okay, so something like this, right? That's not really what I want, but let's see. It's almost that, right? Thank you everybody for your follows. Appreciate it very much. Give me a second. I'm just trying to focus on this. So, okay, let's just do it. Let's just slow down by. Let's make it one step back, right? The fuck is going on? We need to move our effect up. I didn't see this if statement here. Didn't see this thing here. Okay, let's try that again. Okay, so let's see what we got. We got this, right? And yeah, okay. So let's split now. We don't really need the length. I just want to get an array of strings, right? So we have 0, 1, 2, 3. It's 3. Print it, right? If the length is 3, print it, right? Because actually in this case the length would be 4, right? So yeah. So that's good, right? In this case, we want to append the first lecture over here. So /learn/something, right? So we're going to do something like this. And we want to say we don't need this extra ID, even though I understand why I did it. cheat, you've fallen into the void, okay? Okay, let's see what's happening. Let me just double check this. Find yourself again. So basically, after we refresh, this farts out, right? So why? This is so weird, man. Why did this explode? Like, we are getting no error. Where is this? So we literally caught the error here. What? Oh, I see why. I see why. It's because of the router, right? It's because here we have somewhere like courses, slug, learn, right? And then it should be a lecture. Like it should be slug again, right? Lecture slug. Let's call this lecture slug, right? So now it's good, right? Okay, good. And now we want this effect, right, to do this whenever we change, right? So really, we don't even yeah. I mean, we don't even need these if statements, right? I guess actually we do need this check, right? Otherwise, so for now we'll just say here return. Otherwise, we wanna. So actually, I think it would be better if we did something like this. Okay, no, I have an idea. Okay, good. So we can do something like this. If this is greater than 4 or 5, we'll see. We return early. We need this to also do that. But that's also not quite true, but we'll see in a second. So yeah, so this is also not true, so let's do this. Oops, I think I removed a little bit too much. Yeah. So now as I click through, we should be seeing these things changing in the URL, right? And they do, so that's okay. The biggest problem now is that if I would share this link with myself, that would not work, right? Yeah, exactly. Keep in mind we can do this more intelligently as well. We can optimize this furthermore. I'll show you. But let's make it work in some way first. So we have a little problem, right? Because we no longer support this I mean, we could technically you know, do something like this. Is that cool? I don't actually know. No, I have even a better idea than a middleware. I'll show you. It's, I believe, even better than a middleware. Bear with me. Yeah, okay. Oh no, sorry, I'm changing the wrong thing. That's why. Jesus Christ, where is this? Here. Yeah. I'll show you in a second. You know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna do it right away. So I'm actually gonna. So I'm gonna leave this like this, right? I'm gonna go to my Redux store, right? So I'm gonna go to my. Yeah. So, but this is great. It's good. It's good. It's great. So let's go here, and we're gonna construct a slug here in our state machine, right? For all of our lectures. So here, I'm gonna say, you know, you actually do have a slug, man, and the slug is gonna be, you know, and now it depends how we want to do this, right? We need to be careful as well. But we'll see. Now let's imagine it's like this. Let's imagine it's this, right? So now we should technically have, and this is getting a single course, right? So of course, yeah. Yeah, okay. And I'm gonna just comment this out for now, for a second. And yeah, now this is complaining because, yeah, we are not. We already have a sitemap. Yes, that's generated by the API. So now it's complaining about that. So basically, I would still probably use Fastify. I would still use Fastify. Even if I started today, I would still use Fastify, yes. But not for the reasons that you might think. Of course, Golang is a high performant, Golang is a very fast language, right? And it can handle a lot of requests and stuff. It's a very simple trade-off. You have convenience, speed of development, huge ecosystem of modules, and you have incredible performance that in 99.9% of cases you will not need, right? Programmer Network is a platform now, has 1,000 people signed up, out of which 5 of them visit the platform every week at best, right? So you have to choose between convenience and some theoretical Twitter hero type of performance that, yeah. Yeah, so we need to, so while we are basically in here, Go is a beautiful language. It's my favorite language. Don't take me wrong. There's absolutely nothing that I can say about Go except the greatest things. And that's, nobody can, it's hard to argue that Go is a beautiful language. That's not the point. The point is, right, that it's very hard to beat isomorphic JavaScript. It's very hard to beat a language, one language that you can use to build 5 different runtimes. You can use Electron or this Rust-based thing to build desktop apps. You can use React Native to build mobile apps. So while you're at the stage of limited time and money and stuff, nothing can beat the stack on the planet. Like, it's just fact. Go whatsoever, if you want to build some sort of a messaging service like PubSub, RabbitMQ, if you need a different type of stuff, absolutely beautiful, amazing. Nobody can argue that. But I don't need that, right? I want to get 5 people to use my platform first, right? Okay, so, oh, that's great. Okay, good. So it is, my slug is in fact here. Okay, beautiful. So now when I basically click here, right? Where is this? No, but this is shit. This is my, yeah, this is not the lecture. Yeah, that's the problem. So I actually do need this, right? I mean, you write the same, you can share the same code between front UI and your API. Why is this farting out? Why is it not finding it? Maybe because, yeah. Okay, wait, let me fall back. Okay, so to some degree that's acceptable, but let's see. I'm not a huge fan of what I just did, to be very frank with you. All right, so cool. So we have this, and let's just actually earlier return here. I hate these types of statements. That's not a great code, is it? So I'm gonna do this and say if it's greater than 4, it's already now, but that's also not correct. So we'll see. So we don't really need if it's greater than 4. And of course, we're missing a course as a dependency here, right? So that's probably... But what's happening with this selected lecture? Wait a minute. All right, so that's good, right? What if I do this? Is that gonna fart out instantly? Yeah, the thing is we need to, so there's 2 use cases here, right? So there's 2 use cases here, right? If you come from a route that does contain a slug for a lecture, right? Stay there. If you come from a naked domain, append it, right? So that's what we need to do. So in simple words, yeah, it's yeah, exactly, right? So in simple words, we need to say, you know, const slug or whatever is location.path name split of 2. Is that the, would that be the slug? No, I don't think so. That would be the courses slug, right? And then we have 2, 3, 4, right? So this would be the lecture slug, right? And sometimes it might be there and sometimes it might not be there, right? So essentially, if we go back to courses, yeah, so as you can see, it's undefined. So that's what we have to ask, right? So, okay, right? So we're going to say, hey, if you have the slug, just append it. Oh, sorry, I messed up. This should be a lecture slug, right? Something like that. Thank you everybody for your follows, guys. I appreciate it. There we go, right? So now if I go to this one, that's gonna be, nah, it doesn't work. And probably because, is it because of this? Yeah, so it, yeah. Because we're also not returning maybe, right? Let's try that again. Yeah. That's it, right? The problem now is that this doesn't change. Okay. Wait a minute. So maybe we need two effects for this. Let's figure it out. Let's just play until it works. How would we do this, man? So we still need it to be dynamic, right? So if you came from there, we want to open that, right? We want to show that in the URL, I guess, right? Because this now doesn't allow us to do that, right? That's the problem. So yeah, this is the issue, right? So it kind of switches back to the selected one, right? Let's see. So I think we need to do an additional thing. So we need to read the path, right? And we also then need to set the selected one to something else, because right now the selected one is going to be set in readx store, right? So we need to dispatch that, and then maybe that is the way to solve it, right? So instead of thinking about this like this, right? Maybe we should, yeah, let's try that, I guess. So instead of doing that, let me try that. So I'm just going to comment this out for now. And I'm going to, yeah, just get rid of this for now. So now at this point here, we need to figure out based on the path which lecture this is, because this is not a unique slug now. We need to basically do the opposite of, or no, we need to, yeah, shit. We need to now loop through every single lecture and figure out which one is it, right? So what we need to do something like const test is, yeah, exactly, right? Yeah, this one, right? So now if I, for example, select this one, it should technically give me what that lecture is, right? lecture 1 for section 2. Lecture 1 for section 2. So why is it not finding it? So lecture.title lowercase replace, we're applying the same thing here, same regex, right? And then we're asking, hey, is this lecture 1? Oh yeah, because of this, right? Lecture title. Why is this harder than I? Why am I? Yeah. So didn't this match it? Lecture 1 for section 2. Yeah, it did. No, I mean, I will definitely slugify it in the API. It's just I wanted to solve it, right? That is the for sure we're gonna do that. No question about that, right? I just wanted to kind of prevent that. Didn't want to do that now. That's mostly that, yeah. And I guess, yeah, the reason why is this, right? And then we also should probably have. So now basically, practically, right, it's, but I think I'm going to do that, right? I think it's going to make all of this crap a lot easier. So what we're going to do, actually, we're going to create a migration file that we're going to also have to run against the API, even though there's no courses created, so I'm not. So what we're going to do, we're going to have to create a migration file like this, and we're going to have to go to, I think I already have some sort of Slugify plugin that I use in certain places. Yeah, so as you can see, I have this for articles. So I'm just going to go to courses model. And I'm going to find, what is it called? Lectures, right? So here inside of the associate, right? I have this, my own logic of some sort. I'm going to just say, how am I doing it in the articles? To be very honest with you, I don't remember. And then this is going to be models.course lecture, right? And I'm saying, hey, I'll do this, right, for all of my lectures, right? So use the title as the thing to use to generate the slug. Then if you take a look at our course lectures, they do have a title, right? Yes. So I'm going to go to one of my SQLized migration files now in the API. Let's see if I had something that I already added. Yeah, so yeah, this is for adding the slug to this. Yeah, that's great. So let's go here and I think I have some like migration generate. Exactly, that's beautiful. Yes, yes, nice. So let's just say add slug to what is this course lecture, right? So we're just going to generate this migration file. And what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to literally copy the contents of this one. And this is going to be course lecture, right? Is that how the table is called? Yeah. This is going to be a course lecture. And then I'm saying, hey, I want to add a slug to it, right? And then we're also going to go to our models, our SQLized models, right? Just as so here, right, we have the models. So I'm sure that there's a slug for the course. Well, we're going to grab this stuff. We have to ensure that there's a unique thing here. Then I'm going to go to course lecture as well. There has to be a model somewhere. And I'm going to smack this bad boy here, right? So now if we run this migration let's actually see what is generated. Courses, notifications, migrations. Thank you everybody for your follows. What was it? The db migrate. What was the command? Run database migrations. Yeah. So let's try to run this locally. So we're going to say, hey, pm run database migrations. Okay. Oh, I forgot about one thing. So this has to be CJS. So we're going to try to do that again. and boom. So it should have ran the migrations. If we take a look at our database again, and we go to public, we go to course lecture, we should in fact have slugs now, I hope, and we do. It unfortunately didn't slugify them for some reason. That's a little bit weird, the existing ones. But I'm sure that if we create a new ones, that it will do that, right? So if I go and I create a new course. Let's just run this again, and let's run this again. So if I go back here, let's create a new course. This is a new course. Let's just, whatever, I don't care. Free, create, add section. Cool section, man. Bam. Add lecture. And now, hopefully, this lecture should have a slug. So if you take a look at the database, thank you everybody for follows. If you take a look at this now, yeah, as you can see here, actually you can't see it, but if I zoom in, you'll see that this lecture should have a slug now, right? So in theory now, if I create the same lecture if I try to create a lecture with the same name now, let's see what happens. Can I do that? Yeah. Let's see what happened in a database level, right? Let's execute this data. Let's run the query. So now the slug should be different, I hope. And as you can see, it appended 1 to it. So we have basically 2 lectures with the same title, but the different slug, which is unique. Okay, that's great. Let's publish this course, and let's go back here. So let's go courses. This is a new course. Go to course, yeah. Okay. And now, of course, we need to update the API, right? Because our Fastify API, right, it's very validated. It's very strict in that sense. So if we go to courses, if we go to courses and the router, and we say get courses and get course, right? So this is like doing some left joins here, getting some students, blah, 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 ratings, whatever. That's all cool story, but we need to update the schema, right? So get courses schema, and the schema itself should have a slug now, right? So something like that. Actually, am I looking at the right thing? Get course schema. The course, yes, but lectures. Where's the lectures? Course lectures. Get lectures schema, right? So I need to clean this stuff up a bit. Lecture body schema, so that's fine. Lecture ID param schema, that's also fine. Lecture response schema. So this is basically when we, so this should also have a slug, right? Let's keep on searching, and then over here as well, right? So that's a little bit annoying. So we can reuse these AJV schemas a lot better. But you know, I'm a single person building so many things. Okay, so that should suffice, honestly. So if I basically go now here, we should be getting that slug with the actual payload, right? So slug should be part of this thing, but also if we take a look at the sections and lectures inside of the sections, yeah, there is a slug now. That's beautiful. Okay, so now we can go to our front end as well and go to courses, to types, courses, and we go into lectures, and now we can extend this with an actual slug, which is a string. And I'm putting it below the ID because it's a unique constraint as well. So okay, that's super. That's great. Okay, good. So now if we go to our Redux store here, we don't need to do this gibberish because the slug is really there. So that is good. And then we're going to move a lot of this logic to the API later anyway. Like some of this stuff can be done in the API to just get as perfect data as possible to the front end, right? So that's great. So now actually we don't have a problem we had 10 minutes ago anymore, right? So if I go to this courses view now, courses slug of the course, and then the lecture ID. So here now, in theory, I should be able to say, like, hey, go to the first lecture, right? So here, technically, if I say first lecture slug is course dot, yeah, this is a little bit. I mean, it's okay, right? Sure, we can do that. It's kind of sucks a little bit, right? But what can I do, right? I mean, it doesn't suck. It's just what it is. What is it complaining about? Huh, interesting. Okay. All right, never mind. So we don't, and we will not do that, right? At this point in time, we're not really, I'm not joining lectures and sections in my API, right? That would be a huge waste of queries, right? So it doesn't matter. We still have to depend on it here, but we don't need to do this crazy crap now, right? And I think one thing we also have to do if we go over here is make sure that, where is this selected? Do I have selected lecture? Yeah. We need to make sure that the slug is also here, right? And then also in here somewhere, right? So we don't need to do this craziness anymore, right? I guess. So let's see how this plays out now. So if we go into a course, so this is undefined because there's nothing there, right? We haven't appended anything. But what if I did? What if I do like this? Okay, so we're gonna get that, sure. Okay. Let's take a look at our Redux store and let's go to courses, data, selected course, slug. Yeah, this is the slug, right? Selected lecture, sorry. So now we have the unique slugs, that's fine. Okay, cool. So now we basically have to, so this does give us the actual real slug, which means we can use this now to select the, so we can use a dispatch now to say dispatch and then set selected lecture, and then we can say course dot lectures dot find something like that, right? So if I select the second one, which is gonna have a slug of -1, right? It does select that one, so that's good, right? Let's go to the dashboard and just update them so they're a little bit distinct, because I can't really see it different. So if I go here, let's call this one Cool Story Man. The saddest thing of this is that you know, we're gonna still keep the old slug. I don't think that we're updating the slug now when the title changes, so we'll need to figure that one out as well. Because right now, I believe the slug still remains the same. Or does it? I don't actually remember. Let me check. This is a new course. Course sections. Course lectures. Actually, no. I did update the slug. That's good. Okay, that's great. Well, cool. That's good. Okay. Okay, so now, so if this exists, I want to do the selection. So I guess this is pretty much the only thing that I guess I want to happen here, right? So we can say we should probably return if. So I can say if location path name split of 4 is greater than 4, or is, say, not equal to 4, return, right? And if it is 4, do this, right? I guess that's what we want to do, I guess. And this is just for the initial load. This is just like somebody shared a link to you. Cool story, man. Cool story, man, right? I don't actually know if that's the correct one. Wait, courses. Selected lecture. Oh, Jesus Christ, man, come on. Yeah, cool story, man. So this one indeed actually does exist. Okay. So I would expect us to get, in fact, to this point in time. Let's try that again. Length is 5. And why is length 5? Splat. Ah, we're already splitting, sorry. Courses, this is a new course, learn, so 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So the length is 5. Okay, my bad. That's a bit weird, okay. Okay, so we do something like this, right? So now if I refresh, we should be setting that 1, yes. Okay, good. And it should be kind of showing that 1 when you come. All right, cool. Okay, so that's kind of fine in that sense, right? So that works. Now the problem is there's another thing we want to do, right? As you switch between them, we want the URL to change as well, right? So that is... Why would it? So basically, I think this is the logic now. Now I think I got it. This is what we want to do. Otherwise, we want to do pretty much oh shit, and we need to do the push stuff, right? So we need to do that, and then history, right? Yep. Jesus Christ, man. Why? Oh shit, because we are... Yeah, wait a minute, that's a wrong path, that's why. That's why. Okay, fair enough, fair enough. False alarm, false alarm. So yeah, okay, so almost. But so now if I refresh, I should basically remain on the same thing again, right? Which I technically don't, right? So wait, well, let's see. So let's close this. If I refresh, so we are getting to this point, and expecting not to get here ever in this scenario, right? So that's good. And then here we're saying the one that should be selected is yeah, that's also wrong. No, I think how long I've been streaming for like 3 hours. Yeah, that's why. Yeah, but I think we're almost there. So basically, here we're asking, hey, if you already have, so basically, let's maybe write this a little bit human, right? Const if contains slug or has lecture slug or lecture slug exists, right? So that's basically, and we can then prove it. So if the slug exists, right? So if the slug exists, right, then take it and then set selected lecture based on the slug. So find the slug in the lectures, right? If the slug isn't here, so if you visit this page and this is omitted, so you come to learn, or actually now, I guess we now have to, yeah, that makes no sense, wait. Or let's maybe also, this is a little bit shitty. So let's say here, if it's 5, right? If it's 5, that means that the slug exists, right? So if slug exists, grab it and then set that stuff, right? It's just, yeah, that kind of sucks ass, right? Give me a second. Just slug exists. What is the name of this current song, if you're asking? It's Flight of Icarus. Give me 2 seconds. It's called Flight of Icarus. Peace of Mind album. My pleasure. Okay, give me 2 seconds. Just getting some liquids. 1 moment. Ah, nice. Cool. Okay, so let me just think it through a little bit. Forgive me. Oops. And we'll improve. We just need to make it work. Then think about improving. You cannot improve something that doesn't even work, right? So, I mean, it almost works, but not really, right? The problem is, like, I don't know, like, my brain is just dead, right? We can talk about getsby in a second. Getsby is a static site generator, like Jekyll and many others. So getsby basically is server-side rendered React, but difference from Next.js it's basically it's just a static site generator. You make it part of your CI and then it generates static pages, HTML pages. So it's basically, yeah. So you see, when I refresh now, we would expect to get something like Cloudflare Pages. Well, Cloudflare Pages is an infrastructure that's hosting static sites. So no, not really. Cloudflare Pages is not a service. It's not a framework. It's not programming. It's just a place where you can host your static pages. Yes. So you could host Gatsby on GitHub Pages, on Cloudflare Pages. Yes. Yeah, it does. It does. But I don't think it's just, I think I'm just tired. You're right that it does for sure. Well, I'm using location already. I'm using location. It's just I am using the React router as location, right? Okay, you know what? Let's use ChatGPT. My brain is a little bit melted. So let's use Jean-Code Van Debug, my own LLM. My brain is not working properly anymore. I basically want to, when my component loads, I want to get the slug from the URL and use it to select a specific item in my list. Exactly. If the slug doesn't exist at all, or to say lecture slug at the end of the URL path, I want to append the slug of the first lecture. Otherwise, if the slug exists, I want to change the slug every time user clicks on a div. You can see basically that we barely even know what do we want to do, right? So of course that it's so I don't, if this guy understands what we want, like, it's gonna be amazing. All right, let's give it a shot, right? Jesus Christ, man. Unstable history router. Use unstable history. What the fuck is unstable history, man? All right, never mind. I mean, the way that I explained my problem, like a human wouldn't understand it, right? A human wouldn't understand it. All right, let's try. Let's make a step back, right? Unstable no storage. Okay, so let's just refresh our brains a little bit here, right? We are roaming in an unknown, right? Okay, let's lay it out. So we always want to have a lecture slug. That's one, right? If the slug is not there, append one, right? So basically, if I come from /learn like this, that means that you came directly from here. Of course, alternative would be, right? No need, right? No need. We want to append one, so we're going to do that, right? So let's do that like this. So I'm going to say something like this. Yeah, give me a second. All right, there we go. So right, so we're gonna say this. Give me a moment. So let's check this, right? So we can see there's no so we want to basically ask here if this is less than if dot length is less than 5, then this lecture slug is going to be undefined, right? Wait, let's just comment this stuff out, right? Yeah, exactly, right? Otherwise, if it's not less than 5, we should expect it here to exist, right? Less than 5. And then here it should basically exist, right? Where was this thing that I removed now? Ah, never mind. Give me a moment. Has slug, right? Bear with me, fellas. Just okay. Now if I randomly smack some shit in here, there's a slug. So now we're here, right? So that's great. So there's no slug. Well, okay. Hey, there's no slug. So what do you have? What do you want to do? Well, we need to append one, right? So we need to do this. Use the history, right? So if it's less than 5, we need to append one. So use the selected lecture and append that slug, right? Okay, cool. So now if we go to learn, it appends one, right? So that's good. Now we're here, right? So selected lecture is always going to be there because I deal with that in my Redux store. So that's always going to be there. Okay. So if you came from the courses from here, append that to the URL. So that's solved now, right? Now, if you didn't come from there, so you're here, what do we want to do? Well, as you click, we want to do something like this, right? So basically, we don't really need the reference to the course here at all. So this almost works, right? Almost. So, and actually I'm not going to use an else. Let's just return here because it's annoying. Okay, give me a second now. Wait, I have an idea. Give me a moment. Where's that piece of code, man? Jesus Christ, dude. Yeah. So all right, there we go. Shit. Almost. Fuck. So annoying. Thank you everybody for your follows. Appreciate it. So almost, right? I mean, it's almost there, right? It's just this initial render. Just this initial render, right, is a little bit annoying. That's all. Kind of, I just needed to keep the state, right? So basically, when we need to, and this was in a way correct thing, right? So so if this is not there, great. Yeah, I pushed that, Ado. I pushed that, yeah. I pushed that already. So basically, this is all about just changing the path, right? So if there's, so initially here we're gonna have some selected lecture, right? And then we're gonna just reflect that in the URL. And then over here whatsoever, right? We wanna take it. So maybe this doesn't even matter, right? But it does matter, right? Because we want to control whatever is, right? So the only thing now that's left, right, is that if I share a link like this, it should kind of stay there, right? And that is the problem, right? So here, that's at least what I try to achieve. So if lecture slug is blah blah blah, because basically, right, what we really wanted to do is shit like this, right? Come on. So we wanted to do like this, right? Now whatsoever, right? When we're trying to switch this crap, it doesn't work, right? Because of course it doesn't, right? Okay, well, let's see. So lecture slug, or the fuck is this? Yeah, so yeah, I don't know, man. It's maybe we should have two different effects for this thing. I'm not actually sure. So this is now fine, and then, and yeah, exactly, right? Oops. All right, I don't know. You know what? I'm gonna leave it here like this. At least this effect here. So give me a second. So that's good. Now, nice, man. That's cool. I'm not a fan of these things like Next.js and stuff, but I mean, if you like it, man, that's great. That's amazing, dude. Keep it up. I actually started a React course this morning. I can actually, yeah, let's actually go there. I started a React course this morning. I didn't publish the first video yet, but where is it? Yeah, here it is. I'm gonna publish it now. I'm gonna continue this course over this week. But this is the first video, in case you care, any of you. Yeah, this is the first video. So if you want, watch it. Otherwise, don't. Okay. That's amazing, man. All right, let's see now what the fuck is happening here. Are we getting an error or something now? Okay, so that one works, right? That's cool. So we have this one covered. If there's no, push it. Then maybe we should just have another effect to make things simpler. That basically reacts to when selected one changes. So selected lecture.slug. Let's see. I don't actually know. So when the slug changes, we pretty much want to do this, right? Most people don't need Next.js. As I said many times, it's used mostly by juniors who pretty much, yeah. It's a lot of these tools are amazing, as I said, because their entry level is very it's very they're very welcoming for beginners, and that's good. Don't take me wrong. But in most cases, you don't need these abstractions in 95% of the time. All right, I don't know. My brain is dead. I'll just leave it like this. And I can also see that this shit got messed up. Or maybe the order of these things is no longer accurate. Who knows? Cool story, man. Let me go to... Give me a second. Yeah, exactly. So they're not really ordered there. That's a little bit weird. And I know why. Let's go to our store. No, that's not good. Yeah, so how did we manage to mess this one up? It doesn't really matter. We'll just leave it there. Because I think... let me just try one thing. Give me 1 second. Interesting. That's a little bit weird. Okay. Wow. Give me 1 second. I just want to double check something now. So where is this thing? Cool section, man. Let's go over here. Accordion. I can only assume that the order is missing here. That's the only thing. Let's give it a shot. Even though, yeah, most likely, right? So items, map. This map ends here. Let's try to smack that order in here, right? Yeah, exactly, right? So that now it's good. Okay. Deveroni, hey man, how you doing? I'm just random stuff, just improving these courses, trying to get more things done. What's up, man? Give me 2 seconds. I mean, I started that YouTube course. I think you guys should watch it. I think it's going to be a great course in my own style, right? Because you know how you know me. I don't prepare these materials. I teach these things. You know, as I kind of do things, right? Well, I think quite the opposite. I don't think you need most of this stuff, right? I mean, the thing is, right? I also don't like to this. Give me 1 second. I don't think that when it comes to these discussions we have in the stream, these side projects that we do, I don't even like to discuss these. What you use for, I mean, my all input that I have in this stream is about real products with real people and etc. Right? Now, if it comes to I don't even want to discuss side projects because what somebody uses for a side project is absolutely irrelevant, right? It has no kind of implication of anybody on anything, right? Software is a team sport, right? Software is written with other people. Software is a business sport, right? And it has to satisfy the business needs, not vice versa. And whenever I talk about software, I talk about it from that perspective. Every single abstraction you add, every single tool you add requires, it changes the hiring process, changes trajectory of the engineering teams. It changes a lot of these things, right? So when you, for example, make a decision to, let's say, randomly use Next.js, you make a business decision, not technical decision. And this is what people don't understand. Picking a tool is not a technical decision. It's a business decision because you change how your whole software for the future operates. You choose monolithic over decoupled approach of building software in the first place. So that's the first thing you do. You now have a monolith app that works as it works, that scales as it scales, that does what it does, right? So a lot of these things, when we discuss them, we talk about business and we talk about reality. What you choose to build a to-do app, who cares? Nobody is ever going to see that anyway, other than it's going to remain on your GitHub repository forever, right? But when it comes to real stuff where you have to pay salaries, you have to make money and stuff, the discussion is vastly different. You have to then raise reasonable questions as a professional. Oh, let's use this. Why? Oh, it has the image optimization. What? I'm not gonna pick a fucking tool that's gonna define trajectory of my business because it optimizes images, right? So I mean, it's ridiculous, right? So once you grow up in your career and you grow up as a person, you realize that in order for you to have a job, you have to make money, your company has to make money, and your company has to make business decisions which are not made by children, right? They're made by adults who have to make these choices between X and Y, right? It's not that the development drives business. Business drives development. Development is a side effect of business needs. It's not that business needs are a side effect of development, right? So if you're ever in doubt about technology, ask yourself, what if this company was mine? If I was spending my own money paying these salaries, would I want my developers to spend 25 days building some stupid shit? Or would I want them to write? So that's why whenever you're choosing these abstractions, oh, this is so cool. Oh my God, I can patch this. I mean, come on, man, grow up, right? So that is how you make decisions if you're adult, right? If you're some deluded person who started writing code and think you're top of the world, oh my God, I can write code, then of course that you're going to feel like that, right? But at one point you will realize what business is. And it's an entity that pays salaries and needs to make money and things need to happen fast. And for things to happen fast, reasonable technical people, experienced CTOs, CEOs, team leads, have to make compromises and decisions where that thing can happen. Because if nerds were asked about choices of technology, products wouldn't exist. A single product would never be built because an average idiot would try to change a database and a UI library every 15 minutes, right? Oh, did you see this new thing? It came out. It changes everything. So it's this is how it works. That's why, jQuery is still, after React, the most popular UI library, because you have some people there who are just great at building things. They don't talk too much crap, they just build, and they understand that the value is in releasing features, not in talking about what UI library is better, right? Yeah, of course, man. Keep in mind, I'm a programming purist as well in a sense. I definitely think that software should be as clean as possible. It should be tested. It should be simple and stuff. So don't misunderstand. Marv, please keep in mind that I wasn't referring to you, man. I just realized that you might have perceived it. I wasn't talking to you at all. Don't take me wrong. I was just talking about generally making technical decisions, right? Because a lot of people come to this stream naturally, right? And state certain things. This is cool, that is cool, that is cool. And I get that, right? It's just you don't make these technical decisions because something is cool, right? So please don't misunderstand me. I wasn't referring to you at all. So for sure, right? And I'm not saying that something is. I have no opinions. I don't allow myself as professional to have emotions towards technology. Technology for me is something that comes and goes every few years, and I don't attach myself to Reacts of the world, Goes, Fastifys, Rusts. I can't care less, right? Because for these 15, 16, 17 years of work, I've changed the 500 millions of these things, and I know that in the next 10 or 15 years, I'm still gonna change them. So who gives a shit, right? I don't have any hard opinions. My main point always is you need to be that word that stands next to your title, engineer, right? And engineers make reasonable factual decisions. So that is just my main point, right? Everything else is just a childish play, right? Influencing each other. Oh, have you tried this most latest thing? It renders text on the page in 17 microseconds. It changes everything. I think I'm not a fan of Apple or anything. I'm actually not a fan of anything. I don't glorify people or organizations. I don't glorify anybody. But I think one thing that this guy who founded Apple said, what is his name? Shit, I forgot his name. Oh my fucking god, man. Dude, Steve Jobs, Jesus Christ. He said, let's work from the product back to the technology, not vice versa, right? We focus on the user, the product, the problem, the solution, and then we work backwards to technology. And that is the most true statement ever made in a programming or digital industry ever. I mean, you could say that can apply to anything. That can apply to construction as well, right? Man, jQuery is amazing. I mean, I love jQuery. jQuery is absolutely amazing. I used jQuery for so many years, very long ago, and I easily have used it maybe past 3-4 years again for some small things on a website. So you need to submit a form. You want to make sure that it works. It has polyfills and stuff. jQuery is still amazing, man. I mean, this is great. If you know some patterns and stuff and you can write some code, you can make it work amazing. You can build your own little rendering engine in 5 seconds if you want. Of course, I mean, you have things like Preact as well, right? I mean, you have these things as well. So sometimes it's very hard to make a decision. This thing also is like super lightweight. Like you have some of these, so like 3.5 kilobytes, right? So you have this thing also, like if you need simple things, right? And yeah, I mean, but you have a lot of these libraries for things where you don't need, majestic, full-fledged, 15 different dashboards and stuff. This as well is amazing, man. I mean, there's nothing wrong with this. Like half of the internet still uses this, right? So it's not rocket science. If you have a 80% a static page and you need just some dynamic behavior, you don't want to deal with the polyfills and worrying about support in the different browsers and stuff. You install this bad boy and you're ready to go, man, in 2 seconds. You can even use native modules in the browser. You don't even need to transpile anything, right? You can just smack this bad boy like this, right? Have a line of code like this somewhere, import it as a module, right? Like, whatever script, type module or whatever it was, right? src, path to my script, and you're ready, man. No transpiling, nothing. But of course, these are exceptions, and of course, I would not suggest this for a large-fledged product because it would be the most unpragmatic thing you can do to yourself, right? Definitely. But for things where you need to submit a form, send an email, call an API, whatever, hell yeah, man. Absolutely. Yeah, of course, Marv. I worked at a Technical University of Denmark a couple of years ago, so I've seen a lot of crazy stuff. All right, I need to go soon. Let's see if there's any other questions. My wife has called me. We need to go, and I need to spend some time with them. So let me see if there's anything that I can, anything that you guys want to discuss, because I'll need to run. I'll need to run soon. I never touched JavaScript, React, TypeScript, Angular, jQuery. I read Java, HTML. Can you tell a story about Angular versus React? Angular is a full-fledged framework. I think Angular, JS. I mean, I love all of these libraries. I'm genuinely excited about technology, and I love them all. I think Angular has some great ideas. Vue.js has a mixture of great ideas. Svelte, Stencil, all of these things. Angular. If you're a Java developer, you will probably prefer Angular because you are used to a lot of abstractions in Java, right? You're used to class keyword, right? And you're used to all of these things. So if you're a C# developer, because Angular.js is built very closely with a C# team at Microsoft. Microsoft basically invests together with Google money into Angular, right? So if you are, object-oriented programmer, if you do a lot of OOP, which I'm sure that you do, considering you're a Java developer, then you will probably like Angular. There's not much to say about React. React is a UI library. It's a very simple thing. You can render a component with React. That's all, or you can render some HTML, and then you can, install some router and then make this component composition work for you. When you click here, show this view. When you click here, show this view. So the difference between Angular and React is that React comes with the whole package. It has its own router, its own event emitter, its own system. You are passing, instead of passing attributes, properties, arguments, call them however you want. Like in React, in Angular, you're using an event emitter. So components are communicating differently. You have templates, you have directives, right? So fundamentally, it's very different. It's the same, but different. I mean, at the end of the day, all of these tools do the same shit. They render some HTML on the screen, right? It's just a matter of syntax. And that's why I say more power to these tools, because, we have 2 or 3 established tools today, Angular, React, and Vue. These are by far the most popular. React is still by far the most popular of all of them. And, you can find something that you like for yourself. None of them is better or worse than the other. All of them are a matter, it's a very subjective thing. Some people prefer this pattern. Some people prefer that pattern, right? React was made by Facebook. Angular is made by Google. And Vue.js is made by Ivan Yu. It's just a single individual who got inspired by Angular 1 back in the day and React, and then he made Vue.js, which took a lot of ideas from both of them. React doesn't have, no, React is just reactjs. Everything else is third party, yes. So that's why it's a library, and that's fair enough, I support that, right? Because they're just focusing on the core, which is just, hey, install this and write your component. And if you want to do other things, then yeah. Stuff running in the browser, my perception towards things, Torello, is different, right? I don't like to complain, right? If I can't make things better, I'm not going to talk about them. So browser is what it is. It's the biggest runtime in human history. There's no operating system or anything that runs on so many devices like browser. So that's what it is. Browser is browser. There's many browsers. There's many browser engines. It's complex, right? So it's what it is. If somebody makes it better, well, go ahead and do it. If you can't make it better, no point in complaining or right. So that's just what it is. JavaScript is what it is, and unless you can make it better, then and I'm not pointing to any of you. I'm just saying it's that's just what it is. You can't. What can you do? Leo, I love you, man. Likewise. How do you work with query parameters? I want to get a type, for example. Is it possible anywhere? Yeah, it is possible, Ado. Yes, it's definitely possible. Yeah, you can use the use params hook. Angular is a framework, yes. React is just a library, yes. These are very general questions, Ratello. I cannot answer them because I'm going to end up being here next 10 hours. Of course, I know I'm using Chrome developer tools. I've been using them for 15, 20 years. So, of course, right? So, but these are, I'm sure you can find this stuff on YouTube in 13 seconds or something like that, right? Yeah. All right, fellas. I have to go. I can hear that my wife and kid are waiting for me, so I gotta run. As always, thank you very much for being here. Great discussions, great work. I have to thank especially I have to thank Lacrane for helping me and for being involved, and all of you. I mean, especially when you're involved in helping me build this stuff. Thank you very much. I hope some of you can at least learn something or get some insights or have some fun at the very least, if none of these are possible. And yeah, I'm gonna most likely stream tomorrow. I'm not sure, my streams are not, I'm not a classical type of streamer. And yeah, if you have a second, please sign up on Programmer Network. I would appreciate that very much. It takes 2 seconds to do that. And if you're planning to stick around the stream, then I think it makes sense if you sign up. Otherwise, don't do it. Next stream, most likely tomorrow at Ado, but I don't know. I'm sorry. I know that a lot of people here on Twitch community, they prefer these schedules and stuff. I'm not a typical streamer, I stream when I can, when I'm not too exhausted from work, family, kid, wife, and all of that. So I try to stream whenever I can, but I don't know, actually. I might stream tomorrow or in 3 days. That's just how it is. I don't want to put some schedule that I cannot commit to, because that would mean I'm lying or setting up expectations to myself and others that I can't fulfill, right? So I'll just be honest and say, you can expect the stream tomorrow, but a lot of things can happen tomorrow, right? So let's see what happens. Yeah. Lacrane, thank you very much again, man. And Leo and everybody, Ado and all of you guys, thank you very much again. I wish you guys best, and I'll see you guys another time. You too, everybody. Bye-bye. Cheers.